Welcome back everyone to another episode of Dungeons and Dice Masters. So this will be our third session and looking forward to getting into it, so let's do that. So it was a few hours that you guys were walking through the Umber Hills that you had strange hallucinations, for some of you, of past war camps being revealed in the hills, and then you were attacked by some shadowy beings that seemed to pop out of nowhere. After a bit of a tenuous situation, or tense situation, you guys found yourself eventually fighting these creatures and noting for some of you that they were very, very odd. Like, how do shadows fight? Some of you not quite sure, but nevertheless you all defeated them, and then you investigated the ruins that you had found before. The hallucinations wearing off for those that were affected, and you guys were all able to see these ruins that stood there that were large enough to, at some stage, hold an entire garrison for what seemed to be a previous war camp or outpost of some sort. You all made your way down into a mysterious darkness, down a trapdoor that you found under these twisting, slowly moving vines and bramble that had been overgrowing these ruins as part of the Umber Hills. And this darkness that you descended into would snuff pretty much any light that you tried to create. I believe someone put up a drift globe which shed some light and seemed to remain there, which is good for you guys. As you made your way through, you did find that it was a pretty creepy place with misty shadows clinging to the walls and this tar-like substance along the ceiling. Making your way through these corridors and through the stone passageways underneath these ruins, you found yourself blocked by a door that you couldn't see through, and a door that was inherently enchanted by something. Hearing a voice on the other side, you decided to open it. After a brief conversation with both the entity on the other side and and William, that you guys had been traveling with and who had hired you. Once you found your way inside, you found a room about 20 by 20 feet. On one side was a glass wall that had a lady trapped in it. She seemed like not too much into disrepair. She seemed fairly well for what seemed to be a prisoner situation, and the cell itself seemed to be fairly nice too, with a nice bed and some sort of what looked to be velvet type blankets and their own desk and everything. After some conversation, you realized that she had no idea how long she'd been in there, and she'd been used and abused by a king that had long passed. Long past. Using some wit and magic, you guys freed her, and she was very grateful. And as she stepped out and looked at what was her magical prison, she transformed into a massive, black, misty dragon with gleaming blue eyes and a sharp fin from head to tail along the spine. And she said, "Thank you for freeing me. Let it be known that Tassar the Reaper owes you a favor." And with that, she disappeared in a plume of black mist. And you guys stand there in the room just after her disappearance to take this in. So, what do you do now?
Was that a yeah.
A dragon? Yeah.
Certainly looked like a dragon.
Is this a creature you... It's my first...
I've never seen one. Heard of them.
Damos, you're very quiet.
I've
Is that
never
any
actually.
better?
A little.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I've never actually seen one either, but it certainly it certainly looked that way. Yeah. Can we leave, please? I don't really like to be down here anymore.
Animus will just start walking away then.
Yeah, Kel will follow. We have a sword to
Yep.
find.
Deimos will also leave.
Boshro watches you through the other door that he was about to close. Thinks for a minute, decides not to shut it.
All right.
I would if everyone is leaving, I like to kind of hang back for a minute, just kind of look around, and very discreetly, the flower kind of druid crafted lei that I was given last time. I take it off and I look at it, and I very discreetly put it between the bindings of my leather-bound book.
Okay. So from the ground, you mean?
No, it was a wreath of some type of like a lei given to me by Kel.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was a thank you because I don't say thanks.
right. Okay.
So yeah, I just kind of take that off and I open up my my spell book and put it in the last page of the binding and just close it and put it away.
Cool. So you're all leaving?
Yeah, think so.
Okay. Well, if no one wishes to stay, then you kind of watch all the other people, being Daryl, Trish, Fargo, and William, taking this in and just sort of looking very, very confused and terrified at the same time. William looking a bit more stoic somehow, but also still very, very much like, oh shit, that was a dragon, kind of. But nevertheless, seeing you all wanting to leave, they follow suit silently, as they don't have anything to say right now. But anyway, you walk outside the door where Bashara currently is, and I assume you use the rope method again, as this place is still technically darkness.
Yeah.
Does William still have his drift globe? Is it still activated?
Yes, he can activate that again, yeah. So he sort of
I
throws it up.
Yeah, I asked him to redo that so we don't have to worry about the rope method.
Sorry, Em, can I quickly do like a perception check thing to see if there's rooms or doors that other...
Yes, but you're kind of cutting out, so I don't know if your push to talk is on or
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
just.
I mean, you still cut out at the end there.
Yeah.
Damn it! Hold on.
I mean, we heard most of what you said, but what it came out is can I perception check for doors and doors that anybody?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Prisoners,
Yeah.
basically.
Make a perception check.
Thank you.
Oh, my bad. Just let me know what your roll is.
Okay.
Is anybody else doing anything?
Yeah, I'm kind of hanging back next to the cultists and everything, watching basically kind of taking the rear guard, watching everybody as we're leaving.
Okay. Okay, so you can either do a perception check or an insight check, depending on what you want to perceive. Like, are you trying to get the general feel of people, or are you trying to look around, see, you know, what's on people or what?
Yeah, one second, I got a call for work.
Sure. Alright, what did you get, Adamus? 19.
19, yeah.
Alright. So, having a look around, You don't necessarily notice any doors aside from the one you guys came through, and the door of madness, I guess you could call it, from the previous prison that was shattered. You do make out all the runic writing along the prison wall. There's not much other than what was pointed out. There's not much new to be noted in this place.
And it's writing I can't understand.
Correct.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes, I believe so.
Which, actually, speaking of that too, do we still have a copy of all the runes and the lettering from the dragon cell?
I took one down.
Would you mind or may I have that? I may be able to fashion a easy, quick kind of cipher translation from that later if we encounter that language again. Almost like kind of reverse learn it after a fashion.
Animus will just take out the page that he drew it on and just rip it from the book and give it to you.
I nervously, kind of with shaking hands, grab it from you and open up and put it into the back of the spell book.
Can I insight check Korovar? I wonder
Sure.
why he should.
Insight.
Ooh, 21.
White knuckles, ashy skin for a drow. Scared shitless.
Right, okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Alright, so you guys start making your way out. Okay, so you continue along the corridors of this underground prison holding, whatever you want to call it, basement for all intents and purposes, and you make your way through all the ones that you traveled down before, though it all seems, even though you all saw it before, like maybe, you know, max like 15 minutes ago, it seems different now. It seems like new. It's hard to explain. It's like you don't recognize the path at all, but it still has the same feel. And you make your way through, and you get to what you assume to be the last room where you guys descended, but you can't seem to find the ladder. And it takes a good like 5 minutes of just sort of mulling around, sort of getting tied up a little bit with the rope sort of around you guys, you know, people going back and forth, and you kind of like that, oh wait, nope, you know, that over there, oh, that. It's sort of shifting the rope, trying to be like, what the hell is going on? But eventually you do find the ladder. I believe, who would have been first? Leading.
Probably I would have gone ahead.
You would have gone ahead. Alright, Damos and Beisha, can you please make perception checks for me?
Yeah, I made that perception check earlier, and it was no good. So,
D11.
yeah, I gotta remember swap characters.
It's
All
kind
right,
of cool
so
to see you other
15.
characters.
Yeah, Hinata's the rogue I was talking about. So, different game.
So, Demos, you see this sort of standing behind the ladder in an attempt to hide somewhat, though doing a pretty poor job. You see this little humanoid figure, and then you see the light from what is the trapdoor from above, and it sort of gleams across their skin, and you can see this sort of greenish coloration, and then maybe just taller than your knee. And Kai, would you like to describe your character?
He's about 2 feet tall. Nasty, stinky, wrinkly green skin. He's bald and he's covered in like a patchwork robe of different kinds of clothing. And he's barefoot and he's currently drawing in his journal.
I'd still eat them. Bite size.
So Demos, this is what you see by the ladder. You're the first to notice. You there?
Where did you? Okay, yeah, sorry. I guess the first thing Deimos would do is reach into his pouch and he'd pull out some of the meat from his rations and he'd hold it out and he'd say, "Are you friendly?"
Where did you come from?
Down there. Where did you come
can
from?
see me.
You can see me.
I don't like this.
Sorry, I have eyeballs.
I start drawing you in my journal.
You guys now all get brought to attention to this little goblin figure by the ladder that is conversing with Demos.
Animus is drawing in his journal as well. It's just
You guys just all whip out your books and just start drawing each other.
yeah.
Do you not want this? Perhaps some tea instead?
What is tea?
A drink.
I like drink.
Well, come with me. I have some friends who might want to talk to you.
What are you?
What are you? Weird
I'm
question.
Goblin.
I'm a
Never
turtle.
seen Goblin?
Never seen a turtle?
What is turtle?
Continues making sketches in his journal and improperly writes the word turtle next to his drawing.
And if I had a picture handy, I'd post it. But what you would see is Deimos is about like, I think he's 6'5". He's 300 and something odd pounds. Giant. He's just a turtle with a giant shell.
Yeah.
I like to think that the goblin spells total as total, as in like the total.
Yep, probably something like that. But it's like TOTL.
Yep. Total.
And then Deimos is going to turn and go, Korvar, you should come see this.
Why, did you find something else to save?
You tell me.
Hello!
Bashra will come forward, like clinking his claws on the ground as it comes at you, and then lean in and sniff you for a minute.
It will sniff you back.
I don't know how to react to that.
I am too tired to deal with this.
Goblin.
And do you have a name, little goblin person?
And fish.
Of course you are.
Goblin.
This is an excellent name.
Thanks.
I have nothing for this. My name is Korvar, I guess. And this is, if you would like to all introduce yourselves. Which, by the way, what you're seeing, Fish, is a about a 6 foot tall, kind of lithe, half elf drow, ebony skin, golden eyes, long hair. I have a leather duster with fur around the collar and the wrist parts, and a tricorned kind of sailor's hat.
William at the stage, just kind of looking at the situation, just kind of, I don't know where you came from, but we have to leave. And just starts walking up the ladder, along with all the others.
I will quickly scramble
If you'd like
all
to
of
come
my
with us, you're welcome.
paints and notebooks together as I scramble up after you in an effort to continue drawing, but realize I can't do that while climbing. Priorities.
Fish, why are you? We're down. We're still down the ladder, getting ready to climb up. Why are you down here?
And you can see he's looking for a lie, but can't really think of one. I followed you.
That makes sense. I have nothing for this. Can we get out of this hole, please?
All right. So you guys.
I'll follow them out.
You guys start making your way up the ladder, and for some of you, it's quite a climb, as some of you aren't as strength oriented, but it's not too bad as you make your way out into would be the broad daylight still, sort of, mid morning, maybe touching on the afternoon, but nevertheless you'll come out and the familiar sight of the Umber Hills fills the space in front of you. It's at this point that William and the others kind of look around at each other and look at you and just, well, I suppose this was not a successful trip, but I appreciate your efforts to come out anyway. Perhaps, given the light of the events, we should head back to town. I don't have a good feeling about this. In fact, I'm feeling rather sick. Let's go.
Since we're here, William, you do not want to search the surrounding buildings for this sword of yours or this key?
No, I'm I'm done. I'm done for today.
Just a general question. Does our pay include escorting them back to town?
Yes.
Okay.
Upon a safe return was the agreement.
Then I guess we head forward.
Yeah, they've already started. Like, the others are just, like, not bothered. You can see that their demeanor is, like, mentally exhausted at this stage. And they just got, like, sort of a slouch to their step. So as they start walking back the direction that you guys came, they don't seem to be particularly mindful of any dangers that might have previously presented themselves. But yeah.
While walking, I am obviously drawing a picture of the first metal human I've ever seen.
Okay.
And I am fascinated.
Boshro shares that fascination.
I know, it's just beautiful.
It's weird.
I know.
So for the cultists that we had joined with, there's 2 of them, or?
There's now 4 of them, since one of them died, which is Kino.
Okay.
If you remember him getting sucked kind of onto the door and just devoid of life now.
I almost forgot about that.
Yep.
Did we search? Sorry, I was going to ask if anybody searched the body.
I don't believe so, no.
No,
Nobody touched it.
Well, I thought I remember that the body was like completely, or at least I heard that it was like dissolved or like turned into skeletons or something. Or was there actually a body there?
There was a body there. No one picked him up, and no one searched him. The only thing that was like that you guys could see, I mean, aside from the whole show, I guess you could call it, of him being, just sucked into this tar-like shadows, the result was his veins and arteries and everything had just turned pitch black all through his body, and his eyes were just a dark black. And I think most of your conclusions were, I'm not touching that.
It's not edible. I wouldn't care.
If the people we're traveling with aren't being mindful of dangers, Kel will be keeping a lookout just so that someone's watching for weird stuff.
Make
Yeah.
a perception check.
Can I help?
Yeah. Either make an advantage or each a separate roll.
Each a separate roll.
Sure.
All good with you? Oh, I'll see if I spelled that correctly.
15 for Cal.
15 for Adamus.
All right. Well,
Well done.
let me know if you guys can hear the music from the bot, because I can't
Me neither.
currently hear anything.
I can't hear it.
Let me see if I can turn the volume up. Volume 100%. Oh, it was on 3%.
It looks like
That's
it's
probably
muted.
why. No, it's deafened, which means it can't hear us.
I don't want to listen to it. I heard enough of it.
Sora's bro. All right, I think I'm gonna have to kick it from the thing here. Move to general session. Hello. Please play. Ah, it was on pause. I'm smart. Put it at about, I think, 12%. See if that works.
Yeah, if Kel and was that Adamus at the front are doing perception, I'll stick kind of toward the rear a bit.
Yep. No problem. Alright, so as you guys start making your way back, looking out for dangers within the Umber Hills, you get this very uneasy sense about the place. Something feels different. And for those that failed their wisdom saves last time and saw all those hallucinations, you notice at some point during the journey back, they return. This time, you don't just see the lusciousness of the Umber Hills and the built ruins, you see all of that and more. You see what looks to be soldiers upon soldiers upon soldiers lining up in ranks, as they do in war times, where they form lines and lines and lines and lines in segments. I don't exactly know the term for it, but they're kind of like squadrons, I guess. And you see that familiar figure from before, that one solitary figure that was standing upon the rooftop, who looked of some importance, and he's up the front. And when I say that there's a lot of them, I mean it's as if their whole, perhaps, kingdom is at this place. The entirety of the Umber Hills, as you can see, it far stretches over like small raises and dips in the landscape. As I mentioned, that this whole place kind of goes on for tens of kilometers in a sort of outward way. The entire place is just littered with these soldiers, and you can all see a general sense of what they are wearing. It's the same attire as before, and they are all this time not injured. They all seem healthy somewhat, although you can tell that this is an illusion, as they are translucent to some degree. And you see right at the front what looks to be now a king, you think. You can see something on top of his head, a crown, although you can't make out colours. And you see he wields this massive greatsword that he wields with one hand, and he raises it up, and you can tell that this is sort of the prepare, the get set kind of motion. There are no words. This is all like silent theatre. And you watch the sword come down, and it points in a westerly direction, and you just see the masses of these soldiers just flood towards this side. And looking in the distance, coming from over the hills just on the other side to the west, you see dark shapes pour down the mountainside. But these dark shapes don't seem menacing. They seem threatening. They don't seem like the dark shapes you encountered and fought yourselves. It's hard to make out, but you can swear they were a more lithe race. Taller. And then the vision fades. And you're back to the blood mud, sort of earth, the shade grass, and the slightly dimmer sky in this area with silent atmosphere. Aside from perhaps the occasional bird that accidentally makes its way over, but not often. You continue to make your way back, and you walk for a good, I'd say, at least a good 7 hours before you make camp, take a short rest. Is there anything that you guys want to do on the journey back? Or would you like to move it
Animus will just be drawing the whole scene. So,
Okay. Do me a favor, make a before, or actually make me a straight dex check for me, just for the sake of recall.
19.
There's a lot of information to take in. 19.
Yeah.
Alright. Surprisingly, you managed to recall quite a bit of the information, though you feel like you're missing a few details here and there. For the most part, you kind of have those, you know, those loose sketches of like hundreds and hundreds of people where they just eventually become little circles for the heads and little lines for the spears and stuff. It's kind of like that. And you've drawn your sort of hills in the background with just the same sort of thing, maybe like stickmen like to represent the litheness. And one detail that you do capture fairly well, you feel, is the leader, the king, that was there. But the rough sketch is there.
Thanks.
Anyone else do anything? Or do you want to move it?
Corvar, I would like to go just a couple feet away from the group a little bit and pull out a chunk of the obsidian, kind of hold it up and study it, and then take out my spell book and begin the last the last third page of equations and arcanist drawings to finish my spell.
Okay, make me an Arcana check.
Are you trying to do this like toward the rear of the group, or?
Just trying to be away from prying eyes.
Okay.
Natural one. Okay.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to the cultists. Trying to figure out what is their end game, more or less.
Okay, make another insight check.
Okay.
Corval.
Deimos is gonna start prepping tea for everybody.
Alright. Demos, you're still pretty quiet. I don't know if that's your mic or...
I don't know. I've got my mic as close to me as I can have it.
I might just have to turn you up then. You already had 151%. Dang.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you. Like it's just
Hello.
quiet.
Hello.
Yeah, that's good,
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Alright, so, wow. Nice insight check. 22. Alright, so first, Korovar.
Much insight.
You begin to start trying to finish off your spell. But there's something, even though you've got this piece now, you have a look closer and it's, though it is obsidian, you can tell that there's more to it than just a piece of obsidian. Not quite sure what right now, but it kind of distracts you from finishing your spell. Just the thought of what is it? What could it be? What could it hold? In terms of Bashar, you get the sense that everyone is rather tired, rather exhausted from the events. You do get a slight sense occasionally of severe disappointment that you can see in their faces, and you catch a glimpse of a strange look in William's eye at some stage as he looks back to look at all of you. I mean, including his group as well, but since he's kind of taking the lead at the moment, it's an emotion you don't recognize, but it's definitely not positive. Continue your way along.
Kel is sort of thinking back to what we just saw in the illusions, and I was wondering, did it appear that the same amount of time that passed in the real world had it sort of passed in the illusion as well?
Yeah, it seemed...
Or was it just the same time?
It did seem to be congruent with the current time. It was more like you were seeing a previous life almost, or previous event that was happening quasi-real time. Yeah. Alright, so you guys continue to make your way back for another 8 hours before you set up camp for the night. Does anyone wish to stay up for guard or post or whatever you want to call it?
I'll take the first shift.
Alright, make perception
I'll take the
checks.
shift as well. Either shift.
Those of you who do want to make perception checks, please. Gotta stay safe in the hills.
If we need one more
Let's wait
to
for Kel.
make... Sorry.
Go ahead if you want to make a perception check.
I was going to say, yeah. If you need one more to do a perception check, I can do it.
Because there are, there's always the other members that are going to be up every night, as in, William, Daryl, Fargo, and Trish. They're always, one of them's going to be up at a time.
I would
I don't
definitely
see
be up
for
when William's up.
hours.
Okay. Alright.
If I do ask, if I'm not needed for watch or anything tonight, I think I'm stay up for a little bit anyways. But I'll be doing some work. So if anyone needs me, and I would like to for a couple hours before I fall asleep to continue studying that piece of obsidian and jotting what I found out in my spell book.
Okay. Make another Arcana check for me. Alright. So, William's watch is the first watch. Alright, that's considerably better, Corvar. So, William's watch is the first watch up. Bashra. So, as you all find your rest in the tents as the night once again settles across the Umbra Hills, the ominous shadows that seem to bounce about here and there, now quite substantially more unnerving than before, given your experience. You do eventually all manage to get some rest. First watch, William and Bashra. During your watch, you don't notice anything unusual necessarily. He just seems to be in deep thought and also worried. Did you want to do anything during the watch?
I muted myself. I was going to start talking to myself, I guess. I was going to try to figure out where he kept that drift globe, because that looks like a useful item.
Well, he didn't try and hide it before. He just kind of pocketed it in the sort of inner pocket of the robe.
Yeah, I will sit uncomfortably close to him, like slowly at first. Like I'll move closer and closer and closer, and just stare at him. Just not take my eyes off and just straight stare.
At some point, is he sitting by the fire, just kind of like, just sort of, hello? You all right there, Basha?
Just closer and closer.
I don't know what you're trying to achieve. Can I help you?
Just I'll get as close as I possibly can,
You probably get
and then
like,
sniff him.
You probably get like a foot and like a half sniff before he eventually just sort of gets up and moves to another log.
And then I'll sniff where he was.
Alright, you can sniff where he was. It smells it smells like shade spice and probably a surprising amount of hygiene for considering the village that you came from.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to reinforce the whole creepy lizard. That's not very smart thing.
It's definitely coming across. Especially the creepy part.
Yep.
But from that point on, he's sort of on the other log. He definitely like faces you the whole time, making sure you're always in view. Just he's not suspicious. He's just kind of wary of what the hell you're doing, and it's like that for the rest of the shift.
Good. He'll probably lose some sleep over that tonight. Hopefully, be tired.
All right. So your shift ends. You don't notice anything unusual out there, and you find your rest. The others, you have your shift, and it goes relatively uneventfully. The occasional bat that actually makes its way across may be lost, but yeah, you don't seem to see anything. In fact, I believe it was Kel. You actually are able to distinguish that the shadows are not tricks on your eyes. They actually are just still. It's just paranoia from the group, probably. That it's kind of like, you know, you step into a dark room after being in the light for so long, and it looks like everything's out to get you. You know, that rock is suddenly, you know, a huge monster, and it's like, ah! But you kind of are able to distinguish, oh wait, no, those are just shadows from like the moonlight. Cool. But no dangers.
If it's clear enough that she can see the stars, she'll sort of start adding to her star map, just with whatever constellations she can make out.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Definitely here in the Umber Hills, there's some good constellations out there. No new ones, but equally as amazing as the times before that you've seen them, as it's a cloudless night. But you'll find your long rest, should you wish to fill that out, and you wake up in the morning, and everyone packs up. You have your breakfast.
Excuse me, DM. Anything from the Arcana check?
Yes. So, sorry. Yes. So before you go to sleep, before the first watch comes to an end, you spend a bit more time with this piece, and you don't. I assume you don't have Identify on hand that you cast. You just sort of are spending time.
I do. I didn't. If I need to, I can. I have it as a ritual.
It's up to you. Did you just want to look at it, or?
Well, I'm not really trying to study the rock. I'm trying to figure out the rest of the
Spell.
The spell research that I'm doing. So I'm kind of taking what I learned from that and seeing how it applies to the equation to learn how to do it.
Okay. Studying this piece of obsidian a bit more, you kind of come to more of an understanding as to how to manipulate the elements to work in your favor. How the reflection of the obsidian and the density of it mirrors the effects of the spell that you want. It's kind of like an understanding of nature in a way, and for a moment you find it beautiful as you get to the last stages of developing the spell. You can tell that you're right on the cusp of finishing it. If you want to finish it, you'd have to stay up and get a point of exhaustion. Otherwise, you kind of pack it in for the night.
Yeah, I'll pack it in for the night. I know that I'll have more time back in the city.
Alright, so pocketing the obsidian in a safe place and your spellbook, you find your rest. Waking up in the morning, everyone starts packing up after a decent breakfast. You start smelling a smell of blood, and Basha, you'd be more inclined to this, but this is...
I am fully awake.
This is not a tasty blood. This is a something's off kind of blood. I believe, Basha, you'd be waking up, you'd be sleeping on like the floor, right? No sort of bedroll.
Yeah, I kind of dig myself into the dirt for most nights.
Yeah, so you especially would know, would like sense this or smell this. When you're digging that the previous night, you know that this earth is not natural anymore. Something's happened to it. And when you wake up in the morning, that smell is so strong, and it's hard to smell anything else. But it smells, it's not a blood that you're familiar with, but it's definitely not humanoid, and it's definitely not of any beast you've ever encountered. But it's off-putting, but you can deal with it. And you all smell this to some degree. And the general consensus is that you just got to get out of there as quickly as you can. It is not a good place to stay in. Following that, you start making your last leg of the journey from the Umber Hills back to Joran Village.
I would like to take a look around. All of our escorted party members, they're all still alive and counted, right? There's still 4 of them, if I believe correctly.
Yes. Yep. So there's 4 left remaining with you. So it takes you from where you camped, which was not far off where you'd originally camped when you set on the journey. It takes you maybe another 4 hours before you eventually descend into this sort of outcropping in the rock where a path has sort of been semi-tread in a way. It's still loose and gravelly, but it's not filled with general rock that you have to climb over and whatnot. And as you come down, you see the top roofs of Joran Village, and where you're expecting potentially mass destruction and chaos and just fire and everything, that like the tales that you've heard from bards' tales or songs or stories, it's fairly peaceful actually. It seems the same as where you left it. But you descend and you eventually find your way back into the midst of the village itself. By the time you get back to the inn that some of you were staying at, or around that area in the main street, William turns to you all and says, well, it's been a hell of a ride. Let me go and organize your payment. I'm still processing everything, but a task is a task, and you completed your side, so thank you. I will go and fetch your reward. And he walks off.
Mr. William.
Yes.
Sorry if I can have but a moment of your time. While we were down there in that darkness, we were talking about the possible exchange of spells.
Yes. Perhaps we can leave that to later today. I'm feeling quite weary or worn out from things, as I'm sure you can imagine.
I can imagine. I just kind of stare at him for a minute. Can I do an insight check? Is he just shooing me away, or is he actual?
Like false promises. Yeah, make an insight check.
Yeah. Cool.
He definitely seems like he's got something on his mind, but for the most part, he seems genuine.
Where you be staying at in the town so that I may come visit you later?
I would rather you not visit my home. I'll find you.
Okay.
Bashra would, I'm sorry, before he left, when he's talking about payment, Bashra would like to reach over and try to tink that globe in his jacket.
You trying to do
So
it
that
stealthily or just...
No.
Okay. So
As payment, that.
Mid-conversation with Korva, just about as he's just about
Yep.
to leave. I don't know why that sentence was so hard. You come right up to him and hit, ding ding ding. Oh,
That. He's like, ooh.
what do you want, Bashra?
I'll, with two claws, because big enough, pull the globe out.
He doesn't let you reach into his pocket, but you go to try and
Boop, boop.
you know, like get it again, and he's sort of covers and like reaches into his pocket and pulls out the drift globe. This.
Whoop.
You want
Payment.
make a persuasion check.
Yeah, he has no idea what it's worth, by the way. Does not care. It could be worth 10 gold.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Let's see how persuasive Bashra is. Can I do intimidate? It's the same thing. I think.
If you want to do persuasion, intimidation, you can. Just, and I say that only because of the previous night's event.
Yeah, let's do
creepy,
intimidation.
The creepy lizard folk.
Only because it's the same role, but he'd be more intimidating than anything. Yeah. Good job.
He kind of looks at you, and you can see him thinking about it, but he looks at you and I don't think so. Sorry.
Deimos would walk up in the middle of that conversation and say, "Would you be willing to part with it for my pay as well? My friend here seems rather interested in it."
Sure, why not? Forgo your pay and
Deimos would
pay.
pat. Yep, Deimos would pat Bosch on the side and say, "There you go, friend. Enjoy it."
I just grab it and then immediately walk off, touching it, trying to make it turn on.
It's just a pretty
No,
blue roll
on it.
at the moment. Your teeth slide across the surface. It tastes like lint.
I'll figure out how it really works when nobody's watching.
I think I just stand there looking at this and seeing the interaction, and then Damos giving up his pay. I'm just like, with my mouth hung open, just like, and I just kind of walk away.
Korvar, completely mind blown by the idea of someone being thoughtful.
No, because just based on what he knows of Arcana.
He begins drawing Bashra.
Well, no, just probably just estimation on the monetary value of the globe and the fact that why did he give it away so cheaply?
The monetary value of not getting eaten by Bashra.
It could literally be worth nothing, and he would still find it useful. So therefore, it's worth everything to him.
Yeah, Bashra.
Do you mind if I add that to my character sheet?
Yeah,
Deimos wanted to have it.
Add a drift globe to your character sheet.
Yep. I don't need it, but I figure it'll be useful later.
Okay. Having this, he turns around and promptly leaves. And you can see him go off into one of the alleyways within the town, within the residential part. And you guys are left for maybe the next 20 minutes to just sort of do whatever you want to do. The other three at the moment are, they kind of seem perplexed, but eventually they kind of look at each other and go, well, I guess that's it. Mission failed? What do we do now? Well, obviously, you know, we have to, well, it's clear the solution is, I mean, I don't know. I guess that's it.
Deimos would walk up to them and say, the best option now is to sit down, have a cup of tea, and decide what you as a team can do moving forward. Not everything in the past is worth clinging to, my friends.
Maybe. I could definitely go for a drink. I think I'm gonna go home. Get some rest. Yeah, me too. I don't feel well after that. And they just sort of slowly disperse. You guys are left standing there the next 15 minutes. Eventually, William comes back and he looks at all of you and grabs out some small pouches. He starts handing them out, one to each of you except for Basha and Demos, and except for, as well as Fish. You don't get one.
Deimos would wish William safe travels, and tell him if he ever wanted to sit down for a cup of tea again, that he'd know how to find him.
Okay. Yes. Appreciate that.
How much was in the gold pouches again?
50 gold.
100? 50 gold. Okay.
Adamus would put 25 in his general pouch, and then in the pouch that William has given him, put it in his wrist pocket, and then go to Fish and just lean down and say, want to see a magic trick?
As I interrupt her like she did last time and do the same thing.
I didn't interrupt you the last time, I just did it after you. Difference.
Yeah. Well, I still interrupt you like she's gonna do this. Alright, he's gonna do this.
Yeah.
Magic trick. I have my journal at the ready and I'm ready to draw whatever it is you're about to do.
Reach behind your ear and pull out a satchel and then hand you 25 gold.
How?
If you hand me that 25 gold pouch, I can show you how it's done.
So, I don't know if Adamus has ears, but I reach behind your head. I reach behind your head and I cast Minor Illusion, and I bring out a fake satchel.
I try to grab it.
It doesn't exist. Magic!
How? How? Show me.
And I will cast Minor Illusion to make a teeny tiny little Adamus in my hand.
Which is more of like it's more of like one of those Play-Doh figures than it is a detailed picture.
It doesn't look good.
No. It's like a clay golem.
I made a teeny little Adamus golem that's fake.
Show me.
I don't know how to show Minor Illusion, but I continue casting Minor Illusion over and over again.
You just start studying the same like pattern of sigil that she draws, that he draws. Yeah. thoroughly entertained.
Yeah, no, Adamus is just fucking Sticks with you right now.
Magic
Oh,
trick.
man.
Nim.
So,
Nim, you there?
Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
it's okay. You also receive one of the 50 gold pouches.
Oh, yeah, I should probably write that down.
Yes. You and Kel notice a figure in your periphery. I mean, there are people walking about here and there, but one that's sort of peeking through a doorway of the tavern that you guys had eaten at, and as soon as you sort of catch the attention of it, they sort of shut the door to the tavern.
Does it look like the guy I saw in the corner before?
You didn't get a good enough glance.
Cool.
It was just like you noticed something and then they were gone. What are you guys doing?
Before we do anything else, I would like to go over to Kel very nervously, and I don't do this often, but I would like to apologize. My actions before we left may have been a little premature and unwarranted, and even though you're a pirate, you're not so bad.
I thank you, Corva, but you have already apologized plenty, and I must say, very impressed with your magic earlier. But I will also point out that we are being watched, and I'll point out where I saw the guy.
She points to the tavern.
He's probably the...
Do I kind of, as subtly as I can, just kind of shift on one foot and just kind of look past? Do I see anything or anything that
See a
catches
door
note?
to the tavern. You don't see. I mean, you see the alleyways, but there's nothing there.
Okay, can you elaborate more on us being watched?
I saw, and I suppose Nim did as well, that prior to this, there was a man, or a person at least, watching us from the door. We don't know who he was, couldn't get a good enough look, but he saw us notice him, so he's likely retreated.
Okay, I'll be on the lookout as well. I'll try to pay a little bit more attention. Don't tell Damos, he might try to make him tea and make him a friend.
I think you will learn to appreciate Damos' kindness one day.
Okay.
Bashro takes a look at Fish, trying to remember what he knew about goblins.
Make a history check.
Kind of snarls them.
Make a history check.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, you're good. I wasn't really sure how much they knew. Yeah, he knows about goblins, I would assume.
Goblins are not uncommon in these lands that you know. Even from where you've come from, you've known the occasional wandering goblin scout group, and they, generally speaking, they are fairly malevolent. They like mischief, and they like to eat. But aside from that, they generally don't seek to expand or to colonize or anything. They just sort of exist for the sake of existing, for the most part.
Yeah, I'm gonna snarl and then make my way toward, if I can find it, a stables, anywhere they would have horses and such.
You can make an investigation check if you want to try and find a stable.
Ooh. Or even trying to think of where they would sell it. Maybe a general store. But
A horse?
saddle.
A saddle. Looking
Yes.
for a saddle.
Oh, hey. Another 19.
So, you just gotta wander off from the party Just
Yep.
go looking for a saddle. Okay.
Yeah, snarl
Deimos
first and then
follow
wander
him?
off.
Deimos, do you want to follow him?
Yeah, I would like to follow him if he's just gonna wander off.
Sure. Alright, you notice Bashra just sort of wander off in a random direction. Deimos, you follow. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm just hanging out with my new buddy Fish.
I'm currently using minor illusion to make tiny Adamus golems on Adamus's shoulders.
Are they dancing?
Clearly, everyone is a wizard.
Yeah. I ask Adamus, Fish, and Kel. I don't know about y'all, but I could use a drink. Would y'all like a round? I'll buy.
I like drink.
I'll buy the first round. How about that?
Oh.
I will buy yours, Fish. It's on me.
Well,
Let me show you kind of what I'm looking for.
I said I got the first round. I mean, I'll do that.
Yeah. All of Fish's drinks are on Cal. After the first round.
I guess then I'll kind of gesture and kind of shoo my friends in, eager to drink a little bit.
Okay. So a number of you are making your way to the tavern, and Bashra and Deimos, you're just looking for a saddle.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, Deimos is gonna ask Bashra why he's looking for a saddle.
And I will promptly ignore you.
This is kind of this awkward, silent, like a kid trying to ask their mom, like, you know, where are we going? What are we doing? And the mom's just ignoring them.
Are we there yet?
Well, Deimos will just keep following them.
Okay. While you guys are doing that. Damn it.
I'm looking for like a Master Blaster type setup.
Yep.
Yep.
So, the rest of you enter the tavern. A saddle of all things. Okay, so you guys enter the tavern. It's the same familiar tavern that a lot of you have been in before. It's really not the top quality tavern. It's got cracks here and there, it's got leaks, it squeaks, but it seems functional. It's got a few tables here and there, and chairs all around. There are a couple people within the tavern itself still. You get the sense that in this town, people don't really do much if they're not preoccupied with some sort of mischievousness. But nevertheless, you make your way in. What do you want to do?
I sweep in kind of broadly, and then I go, waitress-sama, please, we just got back into town, and I would like to buy myself and friends a round of drinks. Wine for me, and I look over at Fish. Whatever this one wants.
Fish like water.
Okay, water, easy day. Kel?
Ale will do.
Their best ale, and I don't know if that one actually drinks, but whatever it wants.
Thank you. No.
More for us then. Ale, wine, and water.
Oil.
It's
Oil.
it's the same girl from before, and as you sort of wide sweep into the room and say this, you see a very stifled rolling of the eyes as this happens, and she kind of walks up and listens to your order, and right away she turns back and goes and gets the drinks.
You know, you're much prettier with a smile on your face.
She ignores you.
Ooh.
I do not let that hamper
Kel
my
will
good
kick
spirits.
you under the table.
So
You were getting kicked
as,
so much kicking.
she brings
Stop it, Kel.
she brings the drinks back, and she starts setting them on the table. Gets the water for the goblin. She gives you a curious look, but nothing like. It doesn't seem like she's not used to seeing your type before. Surprisingly, but she puts all the rounds of drinks on, and then she gets to Korvar's bottle of wine, and she uncorks it and just pours it over your head.
Oh, that is just.
Come back another time, please.
I don't believe that was uncalled. I believe that was uncalled for.
Kel gives her a gold.
Is that how your kind drinks water?
No.
Yes.
This is new to me.
Just dripping in like this red wine. That stains your clothes, by the way.
That does not normally happen to me.
Just as a side note, I am looking around for orcs.
Alright, make a perception check.
Oh no.
You notice a figure in like one of the side sort of booths that seems to be engrossed in a small book of some kind, and as you look over, she sort of looks back down. They sort of look back down at the book, and it's this. You get a better look now, and it's this. What looks to be like this grey tiefling with quite bright green hair, horns that sort of twist around and have like these silver caps on the top.
I got a 5, by the way.
No orcs in sight.
Okay.
Kel will tap Kadamas on the shoulder again and point out the tiefling, but then she will also get up and go over and sit with her.
Okay. So
say hello.
You get up and
Korvar would like to get up and promptly apologize and try to get a bottle of wine as discreetly as possible, because he doesn't want his new compadres to see him apologizing and effectively begging for a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Adamus will get Fish's attention and then go over where Kel is.
Okay. So while everyone else is distracted with making their way over to this figure, you go and apologize to her. She sort of gives you like a firm look, but accepts your apology and gives you a bottle of wine.
I try to give my best discerning smile, and then for my apology, I do give 2 gold.
She like raises her eyebrows and is like surprised and takes it, nods at you, and walks into the back kitchen.
Quit while you're ahead, Korvar, as I get back and go over to the table.
So, you guys walk over to this tiefling's table, who sort of starts to look at you all a little, I guess, unnerving in the presence of like a large group that's starting to form around their table. Rain, would you like to describe your character? You push to talk?
I think you're muted.
Push to talk?
That would help.
There you go.
Great entry. He is this male, really tall tiefling with grey skin. He's in dark clothes. He's got bright green hair. His horns have silver caps on them. His hair is up in a ponytail. It looks like it'd be like waist long when it's down, and has like braids which have trinkets sort of in it. He has a black patch over his eye patch over his right eye, but you can see that his left eye is golden with a slit, and he has a scar along his cheek. And his tail sort of flickers next to him. It's missing the tip, and it appears to be broken at least twice.
Okay. So what do you guys do?
Hello.
Draw the new person.
Is there a reason? Is there a reason you are watching us? Or are you just curious?
I'm just curious.
Curious about what?
It's not often you get many large parties walking around through here.
It's fair. It's new for us too. What is your business in town?
I'm just passing through, eventually. You can sort of see he's very uncomfortable with this amount of people around him.
Right when Corvar walks back with a bottle of wine.
Mm. And all of your friends are no longer at the table that you were sitting at?
Oh yeah, I've noticed that too. I look around. I guess I would have noticed them, and I sit down at our original table and pour myself a glass of wine and just.
Do I have like a stone or anything on me?
A stone?
Mm-hmm. Just something I might have picked up.
You could have picked one up along the way back.
I just chuck it at Koravar.
Koravar, you feel this dunk on the back of your head.
I saw you. I thought you were conducting business. I left you alone.
As you turn around, a minor illusion of a rock comes flying towards you. It doesn't hit anything.
I don't duck. I let it pass through me.
It doesn't do anything.
I get up and begrudgingly drag my chair over there and sit down. Oh, I make a show of it.
It's like the toddler that's in a tantrum.
Or more like more like Men in Black, where Will Smith is pulling the table toward him.
Gotcha.
I thought y'all were conducting business, so hello, I'm Koravar, and I sit down, and I don't even bother with the glass no more. I just chug out of the wine bottle.
Kel will also introduce herself. She says, hello, I am Kel. What is your name? And then you see like a really short, late 30s human with some darker skin and some really loose-fitting clothes.
He sort of takes a moment, and you can see with almost uncertainty he's trying to figure out what to do, and he just you can sort of see that he's trying to figure out how to best approach it and to sort of maybe lie about it, and then in the end he just goes, I'm Trixie.
This is a good time for Bosher to show up. The doors swing open, and he's got an overly large pack. Just this huge black skull lizard folk walks over to Fish, picks it up and says, Bosher, I have wizard now! Puts it in the bag.
I take another very long swig off the wine bottle.
Demos walking behind everybody, or behind him, and say,
and
"Hey
now
guys,
the playing field
we found the saddle."
Pocket wizard.
You see, he sort of raise his book up and start preparing to hide behind it. Now there's too many people around him.
Trixie, no need to hide yourself. He's already seen you, and fear only makes him emboldened.
Oh man!
Sort of puts the book down a little bit and is just like, "Oh."
I look over. Would you like some wine?
You can sort of see he wants to say no, but he says yes and just slides over. I'm guessing he had a drink, an empty cup over.
Fill it up.
And he sort of slowly takes it back and just wrestles back. As he's like holding it, you can see that his nails are also painted green to match his hair.
Adamus. Before I waste the time, have you already showed her him the magic trick? Trixie, would you like to see a magic trick?
Sure.
I ask, you have a coin on you, bronze, copper, just a coin. I would like to show you a magic trick.
I don't think I do. My starter kit said I only had I've got 15 gold, but I don't have silver or bronze. I don't think amongst it.
Fine, a gold will suffice. I will give it back. Scout's honor.
Reluctantly hands one over.
If he doesn't,
the
I
most
will make him.
slowest.
I shall look at Kel. I'm a man of my word, Kel. As I hold it in my hand, I turn it over and I turn it back as the coin is gone.
How?
Pocket wizard.
I snap my fingers and very cautiously reach over very close to Trixie's head, and with a little flourish, pull out the coin and I lay it in front of her.
You can sort of see he sort of backs away and dodges the hand. He's really not comfortable with people coming up close to him.
Corvar is not good with social boundaries and doesn't care, as he just puts the gold coin down.
If Kel notices the discomfort, she will gently push Corvar's hand aside just a little.
That's fine.
Deimos is going to walk up to Corvar and say, "Are your clothes looking a little redder?"
He drank wine through his clothes.
Yes, I spilled my wine earlier. Moving on. What are we doing?
He drank it through his clothes. It was fascinating.
Ah, Corvar. I didn't realize.
It was merely a mistake.
You'll have to tell me about it sometime.
I would much rather not. Anyways, what? And with no offense to Trixie and Fish, over the last few days, I've seemed to have gotten a little used to this makeshift family. What are you all doing now that our job is done? I mean, I know we still have to work for the Shade Master, I believe, but just curious.
What is Shade Master?
Boss? Sort of.
Yeah, I think is kind of the de facto person in charge right now. Kind of keeps the place safe, I believe.
Your master, got it.
You sort of see Trixie has...
Sorry, go for it.
It's alright. You sort of see that Trixie's pulled his book up now and he's really invested in reading and really trying not to pay attention to your conversation whilst just surrounding him.
Adamus will take out the book and show the Shade Master sketch that he made from the day before.
Trixie.
I will begin copying it.
Trixie, you don't recognize this person. Neither do you, Fish.
Just out of curiosity, Fish, are there still little Adamuses on my shoulder?
No, I can only do one at a time, and it's temporary. It's a cantrip. But if you ask, I can make another one.
No, what Adamus will do instead is he has I don't know if you guys have got the description for Adamus. I'll just say it again. He is a metallic infused with wood, humanoid creature, quite skeletal in structure. He's got these I guess they would almost be antlers protruding from his head backwards. And then he's got ribs made out of pure wood that are exposed, and inside of it you see a small metallic bird. And the vines will unintertwine, and this little metallic bird will fly from his ribs, and then the ribs will close again. And as the bird flies from its rib cage, basically, you notice Adamus's eyes will go from the blue that they were to like this colorless white, and the blue is now in the eyes of the actual bird itself, flying around.
I have seen everything. I can die now.
Trixie sort of looks and he's paying attention. He goes, I can do something similar to that, and he's gonna start preparing to cast Find Familiar to summon his familiar up.
Is that like a 10-minute spell?
It's like an hour, but he's at this point where he's just like seriously concentrating now for the next like bit, trying to get it. And you can still see, I would say for like flavor's sake, that he's really trying and it's just not working. And for like the next hour, he's just trying to summon something.
You don't already have your familiar up?
No, because of reasons.
I look over this. Are you schooled in the Archon?
Archon?
The Archon!
No, I said it like that. I said it like that.
Corvar gets kicked again.
Yes. I sure look.
I'm about to school you in the Archon.
I'm actually legitimately curious. Did you learn this, or is this? I know some individuals. This comes innately to them. Just curious.
I have it, and that's all you really need to know about it. You can sort of see he's not trusting.
I meant no disrespect.
Corvar,
I was just curious.
The best at making friends.
Y'all kept me around for more than a couple days, so I guess I'm doing something right.
Adamus will just pat you on the back. Say nothing.
You feel this from the wine in his coat.
Kind of just smear it across his face like a symbol.
Yeah, you don't get that close to Corvar's face.
I make a note that Corvar has not finished digesting the wine through his clothing yet.
Corvar, you're gonna need some either new clothes or a serious shower.
I'll take care of that later. The one wizard in the world that doesn't have prestidigitation.
I was gonna say. We're not super trusting of this motley group with a giant lizard thing, a drow, and a pocket wizard.
That's amazing.
I think the only normal one in our entire group was Kel.
Even then,
No, Corvar's.
I know, right? But
I'm pretty normal.
Fat drow.
I mean, we have a. I forgot about the giant turtle for a minute.
Hey yo! Don't forget the robot.
And then we got Nim.
I'm pretty normal.
Sure. Yeah, I was going to say you're actually pretty normal too, right?
Nim is the smartest one. Is remaining
I have a
quiet
little bit of
after all
magic.
this.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying my drink.
Just watching all this.
It's more interesting to watch it all happen than to intervene.
In the back of your mind, you're like, yeah, it's my life now.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of that, the question still stands. I apologize for getting into your business, Trixie. But what is the plan for the Shade Master and overall afterwards? I mean, I will be completely honest, and it's been rather nice traveling with people these last few days.
I was in town for work. If the work continues, I will stay. If it does not, I will go elsewhere. If I happen to have friends that come with me, that would be wonderful.
DM, have I seen a tiefling before?
Was that Nim?
Yeah.
You've seen one or two, maybe, in your life.
Alrighty.
They're not super uncommon, but they're not super common either. At least not in the parts you've been to. I'd say the color that you've seen before is probably red.
And he is gray. Interesting.
Yes. So what are you guys doing?
Cal will ask.
Damos? Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
She'll turn to Trixie and say, "What are you reading?"
Please, you have to respect her privacy, or his privacy. Excuse me.
If she does not wish to, if he does not wish to answer, I have no issue with that. But I'm curious.
He sort of puts the book into his bag.
Fair enough.
I kick Kel under the table.
I am confused by this exchange of legs. But it seems to be a regular occurrence.
Nothing to see here, fish.
But I see a lot.
I like you.
I like me too!
Then we are agreed.
And then I'll just like close the flap and just chill out on Basher's back.
But the same question I posed to Trixie, the spell that you're casting, I've actually heard of something similar. I can't do it myself. Is it something you learned how to do? Like, could you teach others, or is it just almost come naturally to you? Again, I'm curious.
I have no idea.
I take another long swig off my wine bottle.
I've traveled a lot, and I've learned a lot, but I can't figure out exactly when and where I learned each thing. I'm sure you can say the same.
No, actually, no, I can't. Everything that I can do, I've learned through extreme study and practice. So I can actually explain how I'm doing.
That's fascinating.
I understand the sentiment.
You guys notice a few more patrons enter the tavern at this stage. A couple halflings and a human here and there. And amongst the patrons that are already around, you hear them sort of talking a little hushed, but just kind of trying to match the atmosphere of the room, as there's no music in this tavern at the moment. And you can hear them kind of like one goes to the other. I don't know, it's strange, eh? I don't get it. Yeah, I know. I don't know where they've gone to. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, they're slacking off most of the time. You know, they only kind of do things when things show up, but surely we'd see like one or two of them at least. Well, I mean, maybe they're all just on lunch break. They just kind of have a laugh and they make their way to the bar.
Oh god. My instant reaction would be to hop off of Bayshaw and plop, plop, plop right up to them and be like, what are we looking for?
You can do that if you want.
That's what I would do!
Alright, you hop out of the backpack.
And just like clop my feet along the floor right up to them, no hesitation. Like, hello friends, what are we looking for?
Ah! Oh,
hello!
Well, are you from around here?
No!
You guys. You see this sort of like taller human, very like dirty face, like greasy hair. Looks like he's been working in some sort of manual labor, as his hands are all like calloused and rough. Just sort of looks back at you guys and then back to you. Okay, well, I don't know if you know this place very much, but I think someone as small as you ought to better watch your back.
There's something on my back, and I'll like turn around a few times, very confused. I don't understand.
Just keep an eye out for the authorities. That's all I'm saying. We haven't really
The
seen
Shade
around.
Master, right?
well, I mean, yes, but the Shade Watch is what you need to be looking out for. But currently, you seem to be missing.
What do they look like?
Typically all dressed in black and dark blues, greys.
Start drawing and taking notes.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay, and I'll walk back over to Beisha and show him my beautiful picture of like a big... It's a solid black human being, and I say we're looking for a bunch of these people. The Shade Guard!
Oh, that's awesome, because we fought shades earlier, so Basha will look down and say, "Can't eat it," and put you back in the bag.
Yeah, you guys noticed that, like, they're just sort of, like, looking back at you occasionally from the bar as they, like, take their drinks, just, like, confused. What do you want to do?
Deimos is gonna walk up to Fish and say, "What did they tell you?"
I'll whip out my notebook again, super proud, and show him the picture of just like the solid... There's no clothing, there's just like an outline and it's colored in completely black and it's just like, Shade Guard!
It looks way too familiar to the shadows you fought earlier, Damos.
So, alright. Could you come with me? And then Deimos would turn and approach the people at the bar.
Onward, steed!
I will walk over to the bar.
Yeah!
I am considered a large mount. Thank you for purchasing.
I love it.
Okay, you guys walk over.
I will say, "Excuse me, friends. My associate here has just spoken to you."
Hello!
Hi.
I'm gonna lean.
What? Yeah? What do you want?
She showed us. I'm sorry. Is Fishy he or she? All right. He showed us a drawing of something that I think we may have came across. What are you looking for exactly?
Us? Well, we're not really looking for anything. To be honest, I don't really care that they're gone, but just noticed that the authorities are kind of incognito at the moment. And the other guy kind of leans in. I don't think that's the word. Shut up.
I see. And who are you, may I ask? Are you with the Shade Guard?
Ha! No, I'm just Dave. Just Dave, that's all.
Pleasure to meet you, Dave. My name is Deimos.
Deimos, he said his name was just Dave. His name is just Dave.
Yes, my mistake. Well, I appreciate your time. And then Deimos is going to turn and walk back towards the group, and he's going to say, "Basha, you coming?"
I'll look at Fish.
Let us leave. This is the best decision I've ever made.
So fucking pleased.
Yeah, welcome to D&D, where one character becomes a mount for another character. And that's not weird at all.
And the character's name is Fish.
Yep.
Got a basket of fish. Okay. So, make your way back to the table, where Trixie is.
Deimos is going to tell Korovar and the others that the Shade Guard may be missing. Or that a few members of them may be missing.
Did the Dinas could be dealing with the cultists that the Shade Master was talking about, or do you think something different?
I imagine. especially if the Shade Guard got in their way.
No, what I meant was I know that Fish showed a picture what appeared to be a shade earlier. Is it? I couldn't hear.
I think that was a bad drawing. A great drawing. A great drawing.
I would like to see you draw better.
It's absolutely phenomenal, Fish.
Thank you. I know this.
Adamus.
Go ahead. Sorry.
We'll turn to Fish and say, Deimos draws also.
I want to see.
Deimos doesn't draw.
Wait, who showed me the book?
Not
It might have
Deimos.
been Nem. Sorry.
I want to
That
see.
was Nem.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. Nem draws also.
Show
I
me.
most need- All right.
From the
I most
backpack.
need draw for,
You just see hands reaching out of his face.
It's kind of weird considering like Basha's like there and the hands just kind of coming around it, his head.
Show me.
Okay. Yeah. My drawings are more for knowledge, I guess you could say. And I will take out my field notes with drawings of all sorts of creatures and tracks and sign in it.
I begin making copies of anything that I haven't already seen in my travels.
With a lot of notes in the margins next to pictures, hand-drawn pictures.
Yeah, basically anything that I haven't already seen during my time traveling and my time learning, I'm making a copy of in my journal. I might need a new journal soon.
There's also a picture of Adamus in there. That's the most recent addition.
His drawings are better than mine. And then I use minor illusion to make a copy of his drawing of Adamus in my hand.
It's literally
It's
just
just
like
sticking
this
it.
2D like plane.
And it's just like sticking out of Basher's backpack.
Oh, here, hold that there for a second. I'm going to grab your notebook, if that's all right, and
Okay.
sort of hold it up against your illusion, and now trace it.
He's a wizard.
Magic.
Well, I'm not tracing it. I'm telling you to trace it. And there you go.
Magic! And I start drawing immediately, like, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So if you were to take my notebook, you would see a lot of drawings of deer and trees and forks, and there's a campfire in there somewhere, and a lot of rocks, and like the most basic things.
It's like a nature book.
I've never seen such a collection of data on forks.
Every time I see something new, I draw it. What is a fork?
You of all people, I think, would be the preeminent expert on the nature of forks.
That's a 3-knife.
Ah,
Is
yes.
it not?
Of course, the scientific term, the scientific name of the fork.
And I like scratch out 3-knife, and then I put YF because it's not a knife. So I put, not knife.
Oh.
Learning is a process.
It's gonna be a
3 days stuck in
Got
the
a
tavern.
a lot of distracted, delighted folks.
this entire session just in the tavern, just learning stuff, drawing in books. It's great.
Yeah, out of character, what are we supposed to be doing? Out of curiosity.
So you've been paid for the previous quest that you guys went on, which was the safe return for the group that you went with, and then you had the quest that you took up from the Shademaster herself to turn in any cultists that you found, and assuming you got as many as you could, then you'd be rewarded 100 gold each. That's currently where it stands.
And those guys that hired us earlier were cultists.
Did you ask them?
I'm just assuming.
Can you assume anything you want?
I know, right? It's a dangerous thing about my guy.
Cultist vibe to me. Wait, the guys that hired us?
Yeah, see, the dangerous thing is, you guys all kind of look alike to me. So, minus the ones that are, like, made of metal and stuff like that. So when they say cultists, it's like, I don't really understand the word. I just know it's more things like you. So I'll just grab random people off the street and bring them in.
You're gonna go walk out and do that now? Is that what you said?
No, I'm not gonna do that now.
Oh, okay.
So, does anyone have any suggestions on how we can go about completing this task from the Shademaster?
Did she give us a location?
No,
We've got a rough description of a single individual.
Mm-hmm.
And she did give us carte blanche to question and talk to as many people as we can or want to try to do this, to include some of her own members of her organization. Shade Watch, yes.
You did get a caution of warning, though, with the Shade Watch.
If they wanted to answer us or not, or just to be careful with that.
Yeah.
Which speaking of that too, we're just as a side note. What time is it outside?
Well, you guys have been in here for maybe an hour, so it's probably sort of afternoon, maybe 12.
So yes, what do you all think? And I very quickly explained kind of overview all that to Fish and Trixie to if they wanted to assist, if they have nothing else going on.
Happy to help.
I think you were on mute if anyone was talking.
I'm happy to help in any way I can.
Good talk, guys.
There we go.
I'm glad for all your assistance in this.
Just awkwardly stare at each other.
Sorry.
Listen, we quite enjoy watching Korrivar do this.
You are still extremely interested in me, Damos.
What was that, right?
Yeah, you guys can hear me now, because
Yeah.
I think I was the one with the issue.
Yeah.
Side question, do I have my familiar now? Has it been long enough?
It has been long enough if you've continued to do it.
Eventually summons up what, for most people who might have an idea, is an imp, and he goes, "This is Pixie."
Pixie and Trixie.
He is a Pixie. His name is Pixie. It's clearly an imp, but as far as he's concerned, it's a Pixie.
And your name is Trixie.
That is correct.
Insight check.
It is my new friend.
Kel's gonna make a little flower necklace appear on the imp.
Make an insight check. Korrivar, I think it was. Kel, you see this flower necklace appear on the imp, and as he's hopping over to Trixie, he just
Or this dice roller.
just starts like trying to chew at it.
The plants are edible.
You see his like gets caught up in the teeth, like these flower petals and everything. What are you inciting for again?
Just to see if that was his name.
Yeah. By all intents and purposes, it's Pixie and Trixie.
Makes sense.
It is almost as cute as goblins.
You guys hear this loud thud, like as the door swings open with like a.
I hide.
The violence is. Oh, this stupid goblin! Where the fuck is she? Oh, I don't know. Go get me a drink. And you see this like big burly orc just walk through, like rough stubble along. You know, maybe like a scar across the shoulder. He's wearing this sort of vestige. Can't speak. Vest, sort of leather armor on. You can see like his massive muscles on the sides. He's definitely built more for strength, as a typical orc is. And you see like two other. One's like a halfling, and the other's like there's just like a smaller human. At first, you mistake them for another halfling, but they're actually just like a really short human, and one of them is, yes, of course, and runs up to the bar. And he sort of, the orc goes up to one of the tables on the far side, and just sits down. Can't get good help in these days. Starts like looking around at everyone in the bar, just sort of waits.
I am hiding in Basher's backpack.
What are you guys doing?
Staying completely quiet.
It's an orc, right?
It's an orc, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go walk over to him.
I'm ignoring him, but keeping an ear on him.
Alright. Basher, you walk up to the orc, he just sort of looks at you.
I look at him.
Are you here for something?
And I'll sit there and I'll stare at him for a second.
You pull up a chair.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of difficult with the backpack on there.
As soon as you you sit down, he just kind of glares at you. You got some nerve. Do you know who I am?
Orc.
I'm the ringmaster of all these people here. Don't you know? You don't go disobeying me. Don't go disrespecting me. Now get the fuck out of here.
Orcs are assholes. Won't get up and leave. Now he knows how orcs are.
You feel this sharp pain at the back of your head as you hear this clang, 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 as a tankard hits the floor, and you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's initiative.
Alright.
Thank you for playing.
Roll initiative.
I will as well.
I'm gonna
because I'm technically on base.
Yep, same here. If Beisha gets hit, I'm gonna go help him.
I was so hoping you would do that.
I would like to. I won't get up from the chair, but I would like to also be included in the initiative.
Alright.
Shall roll as well.
For those who want to be.
Yeah, I'll roll as well.
Are you gonna start the combat, or are we just gonna roll manually? How do you want to do it?
Just.
I think I still have to add my.
I join.
It's in it or I, but just you gotta have a space between the two words.
Yeah.
You guys.
If one rolls for initiative, we all roll for initiative.
One with the group with the one.
We get attached real fast.
There's actually a reason behind this.
It's the wrong character.
I'm sure.
Eva!
It's the wrong character.
Oh.
Aww.
Sorry, guys. The werewolf is gone. There was a There was a way to add my character sheet, and I'm not sure how to do it.
I don't know how to remove someone from initiative, so Ava's just gonna stay there as a ghost.
Ask Bashra. He changes his character from time to time in the group. He might know how to do it.
If you're looking to start a brand new character, you need to go on ahead. I had to just do it to get this one up. 2 seconds.
Because I'm in the D&D Beyond campaign already.
Yeah, if you're in, if you need to put it into Avara, you need to go on ahead and put exclamation point beyond, and then the link to your character, and then after that, then I believe you just need to turn around and say like character, and then the name of the character.
It's also not the URL for your character sheet; it's the shareable link.
Oh, hey, buddy.
So when you go on D&D Beyond, and there's the picture of your character sheet, there's a option to click shareable link, and you can copy and paste that.
Oh, I just copied the URL from the browser.
That doesn't work.
So it worked for me.
Really?
Mm.
Huh. Didn't work for me.
Fish punch.
Ha ha ha. Do I have to put a space between Beyond and the link?
Yes.
I was gonna try and scare the guy away, but
It's the
I
same
guess
thing.
we're fighting now.
Probably
And then-
would have ended the same way.
Do I do the join again?
Yeah, you'd have to do that again if you've loaded your new character.
I don't think I did initiative right. How are you guys doing it?
How did you
Init
do it?
join.
Well, that's exactly
There we
what I
go.
did, and it didn't do me properly.
What do you mean? It's
You
got
must
your
have
initiative.
Oh,
rolled
it did do me properly.
horribly on your
Yeah, you're in it.
fish.
Yeah.
If you only have
17
20.
plus 2.
Fish.
Did you roll HP for fish?
Mm-hmm. No, that was average.
What?
There you go.
Did you take the max at first level?
Yeah.
Yep. It's a squishy boy.
Yeah, but you have a con of +3, so that's 12 right there. Plus 8 from the first level, that's 20. So even if you rolled 1 on the other 3, you'd still have 23 hit points.
I fixed it.
Unless
It's
I'm
okay.
completely missing something.
No,
long-
I'm just dumb. It's okay, I fixed it.
As long as you know what your health is, that's all good.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so... oh, I need to roll initiative 4. Monster... Check.
Now I get to show off my pocket wizard magic.
I've got the garbage initiative.
Alright, wow, that's a good... So that's a 20 initiative. So... Oh, Korvar, you're just before him. So you're busy watching this happen. You see the tankard fly into the back of his head and clang to the floor. The orc gets up, and it's your turn.
Am I already within 30 feet of the orc?
Yes. I mean, it's not a massive tavern.
Okay. I am going to turn off gravity to everything in 30 feet of me and cast anti-gravity sphere.
All right.
Oh my god!
Is that
everybody?
Strength save?
There's not enough time to draw it.
It's a con save.
You don't even see it.
I know!
Fantastic.
So is that everybody?
Pretty sure it's everybody.
I
what
want
range is
it. It's everything in 30 feet. There's too many people for me not to infect them.
Yep. It's like a room.
So I wanted to affect everything.
Amazing.
Interstellar space travel. Here we go.
So
Yep.
I'm making strength saves.
Everyone needs to make a con save.
That's a 13.
That's a failure.
Ah, 16.
Wow. Got a beefy con and he can't even succeed that. There.
Spell save I believe is 16.
Yeah, he fails.
Ooh,
I'm sorry. 14. It's a DC 14.
Kel failed as well. So
just remind me what it does again, aside from just like I think attacks were at disadvantage in melee, spells were normal, and movement costs like 1 billion extra feet. It's crazy.
I failed.
Of course you failed. You automatically fail. You're in a backpack.
What was the,
I know.
It's R in dice roll. What was the command for the regular dice roll?
It's just R and then D whatever. And don't forget the space between them.
8. Yeah.
Don't forget the exclamation mark at the beginning.
Oh, attacks are at disadvantage. That's so upsetting.
In dice roll, I put the formula for the regular dice rolls.
So everyone affected immediately drifts up 21 feet in the air. As I get up, and as I completely turn off gravity, I look at everyone. I believe that we were in a public establishment, and I would prefer not to be fighting in here. As I look over at the orc especially, or maybe I should increase it instead.
Okay, so as you cast the spell, and all of a sudden, all the tables, chairs, drink things, even the other patrons, just start rising rapidly into the air until everyone, including the orc, goes, "Ah, what is this?" Ah! Just like sort of tries to run, but ends up like rotating slowly in position until you're all sort of attached to the roof, like pinned there.
I think it would be a good idea for us to cool ourselves a little bit and perhaps not fight. As I just give the orc just a lock eyes with him.
Okay, so yeah, anyone who got 16 or over may save. So that'd be Damos, Bashra, I don't know the others.
Didn't he say the spell save was 14?
16.
No, it's 14. I looked at it wrong. It was spell save DC 14.
Okay. Alright, sure. 14 or over then. But yeah. So like it's just a mass of just chaos with all these objects and patrons and stuff up on the roof. The guy who was bringing over the drink for his boss just like slowly levitates up towards the ceiling, and all the wine that was, all the ale that was in the cask he was holding, just like this massive cask even for like his hands, just starts like drifting out and like seeping across the ceiling. Like, no. Alright, so is that your turn?
It is, and just a reminder for the spell and everything, anyone who starts their turn there, if they already succeeded it, have to make it again.
If they already succeeded?
If they remain in that spell, they have to make it again.
Space, yeah. Okay. Well, the orc is affected already, so he's okay. Just chilling there. So, yep. Alright, well, he's gonna try and reach for another tankard that's just sort of floating in the air. Or a chair, let's see which one he can reach. That's a tankard. And he's gonna throw another tankard at you, Bashra.
Good old disadvantage.
Yep.
Oh, deflect missiles only works on myself.
That's alright.
No!
I am fine with that. We're gonna have a moment here in a second.
That doesn't hit with an 8. Thanks to
Yeah, that's a no.
Was an 18 and an 8. So, mind you, it's just a tankard. So you just watch this tankard. He just lobs it, and he like spins in the spot as he's trying to like balance himself, and the tankard just goes across the ceiling. The bartender, by the way, is just like behind the bar, just like holding all the bottles at the back of the shelf, and just like watching all of this. And you see like 1 or 2 glasses or something like just start floating up. That's his turn. Trixie.
I'm gonna sort of hold my action and sort of see how this progresses. Give everyone a chance to sort of back down. So I'm just gonna not do anything right now and just watch this happen.
Okay. What are you holding?
I'll hold a vicious mockery.
Okay. Alrighty.
You'll only be able to cast that if he hits you.
He's not going to get involved unless he gets hit.
Yeah, I would not.
Right, I just wanted to make sure it was clear that was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you're holding that. The ghost of Ava goes. Then Fish.
Yeah.
You're in the backpack.
I'm having a very strange weightlessness inside of a backpack right now.
Do me a favor, make a Constitution save.
You're fine.
Oh my god.
I just see like this little mini me spinning out like.
You just wait. One day I'll dress up as a lizard.
That would be actually pretty hilarious.
Natural 20.
Okay, so surprisingly, finding your claws digging into the backpack to find some sort of stability and orientation, you managed to not throw up inside the backpack as you're busy previously spinning around, suddenly weightless and not familiar with this experience at all, but you managed to find some solid footing within the backpack. What do you wish to do?
I would like to launch myself and headbutt the orc.
Okay.
Wait.
Make an unarmed attack at disadvantage.
I'm never gonna get this chance again. I have to do it.
Actually,
I'm not sure why, but
what's your movement speed?
50.
Okay, so you just managed to, like, that's just on your range because of the spell.
I got a natural 20. No, that was from before. Sorry, I was very confused for a second.
Got a 17.
Yeah.
Still.
Plus 6.
Okay.
And it did it a bunch of times. Why?
Yeah, that's not. I'm not putting that damage on him.
Oh, it's because you rolled.
Yeah.
You did 11 d20s.
So it was a 17 or a 22.
Okay, so 17 definitely hits. So as you like find your footing, you manage to open the knapsack and just sort of launch yourself off of Bashra, who's sort of trying to find his stability. Actually, who's on the ground. I forgot. You succeeded the save, which is good. So there's definitely a modicum of stability as you launch yourself up through the air, as you find yourself flying, and it's a really cool experience. You're flying for the first time ever and not falling, and then you remember what you're doing, and you just sort of like charge headbutt with your bald head, and you like land. By the way, the orc is still spinning, and as he sort of spins around, he sees you and gives you like this glare, like as you just
goblin
like headbutt into the teeth. It's like
I'll
get you for that.
Wizard attack.
The damage is halved.
So it's 3.
All
2?
right.
Do you guys round up or down?
Oh, for the sake of this, I'm just gonna round up. So I'll say
No, it's 3.
Okay.
And then I'm floating there.
Alright, 3 damage. Okay.
Is that what the spell does? It halves damage?
For melee
It does.
yes.
Yeah, it does some pretty awesome things.
Really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nobody attacks my friends.
Alright, so he's just he's kind of like spinning in the other way now. Just sort of... is that your turn?
I scream at him in Orc that nobody attacks my friends.
Okay. That would bring us to.
Do I recognize him?
Absolutely. This is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
You know who this is.
Just checking.
Yep. Demos.
I'm gonna die.
I am going to attempt to cast Command on the Orc, which is a Wisdom save of 12.
Wisdom. Oh, that's a 7.
If it fails, then I would look at him and say, "Be at peace."
You see, like, as he's sort of spinning back and still holding his face, and like one eye is sort of glancing down towards the goblin. He kind of like looks at you, hears what you say, and just kind of. And starts like floating with this massive smile on his face. Is that your turn?
Deimos would turn to Corvar and say, "I think you'll find him a little bit easier to talk to now."
Well, I'm not the one trying to talk to him. I just didn't want any fighting inside the bar. But as an outside note, you started the turn within 30 feet. You need to make that save again. Con save.
Oh, yeah, true. Demos.
I'm rolling it now.
Oh.
He would have been lifted
Casting
at the
the
beginning
spell,
of his turn.
and just this total starts to lift all the way to the ceiling. All right, Kel, your turn, and then Basha.
Kel is going to cast Thorn Whip, and are there like posts that are holding up the roof or whatever in the building?
Yeah, there's a couple sort of wooden pillars.
She's going to use Thorn Whip to drag herself over to them.
Yep.
And hopefully out of the spell's range, theoretically. But she failed the wisdom saves, and she's only got 30 movement, so I don't know if she'll get that far.
What is your what's the range on Thorn Whip? Sorry.
Let me look.
I believe it's 30 feet or 20 feet.
30.
30 feet. Okay, yeah. You managed to whip around the post and start dragging yourself closer. Moving at double speed, technically, because of the nature of the spell, and using technically your movement as well, I'd say you'd be able to make probably... You're kind of halfway there to the edge of the spell.
Cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, that'll be her turn.
Okay. Basha.
Alright. Well, is there any tables floating nearby?
Before you get too far ahead, you have to save.
Who does?
Okay. I will save.
It's at the beginning of the
because... Yeah.
Correct, yeah, it's beginning of everyone who succeeded turn.
Alright.
15?
14 DC.
Cool. So is there any tables nearby?
Definitely.
I will take a table and I will chuck it at the orc.
Alright.
A full table.
Alright. Make an attack roll at disadvantage.
Actually, you know what? Can I use my bonus action to rage first? And get claws?
Yeah, sure.
And then chuck it at him.
Alright. Make an attack roll with disadvantage.
With him, it's not disadvantage. He succeeded. So his is all normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, I am perfectly happy with that. I'll just do a 10. Yeah, I just do roll. It's easier. Okay, I hit the wrong button.
Well, that hits.
Yeah, it's definitely the wrong button now.
Does
I don't roll.
47 hit? Yes.
Yeah, 25 to hit though.
Definitely hits.
What would be worse is if the answer was no, it didn't hit.
So I chuck a table at him as hard as I can.
Alright, roll a d4 plus your strength.
Okay. I can do that. 9 points of bludgeoning damage?
Add your rage bonus if that's applicable.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool. Yeah, alright, 9 points. You just pick up this table, and you hear like, as it sort of breaks in half against him, and then the table starts floating on the sides of him, and he's like, ah! Does that break the command spell?
I'd have to check, hold on.
Damage from an allied creature.
I believe it's up to DM discretion, but I'm going to look it up, hold on.
And with that, I'm going to nod satisfactory. I believe I've made my point.
Make an intimidation check for me. I'd say
it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say anything about breaking the effect.
Okay.
Dude, no. My point's now made.
With advantage.
Oh, with advantage?
Yeah.
I'm just going to do D20, take away 1.
Very nice.
Yeah, I guess we're fighting then.
What's wrong
so
with
if I can move,
man?
I don't know. Apparently this is how it's gonna go. So how far away is he? He's like floating up the air like 20 feet?
Yeah. Floating 20 feet.
Is there a way that I can voluntarily fail my saving throw as I push off the floor at him?
At the beginning of your next turn, yeah.
Cool. I will get directly underneath him and just wait.
Moving underneath him's easy enough. Okay. Alright. That would make it Adamus and then Nim.
Okay. So at this point, Adamus is probably just sketching out the scene. Just enraptured by the fact that everyone's like floating everywhere, and just gonna sketch that all out.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I believe Adamus, you have to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom. Sure.
Con save.
Con save.
Yeah, the wisdom save was for command.
Gotcha.
I failed the con save last time, so do I still have to make it?
Oh.
Oh, then you're in the air.
Okay. Yeah. I am. And sketching.
Might not be the best.
Can I roll for that?
You can try and make a dexterity check with
Spending
disadvantage.
a whole turn doing this. Dexterity check with disadvantage.
A whole 6 seconds of drawing.
Oh, true. You know what? That's fair.
Alright, yeah, for sure. It's you find it.
Oh no. Disadvantage, you said. So like
it's rough. You know, it's like the hash drawing, you know. It's hard to make out what you were going for, but it's unique in itself. It's an interesting challenge that you've never had to face before.
Love it.
Alright, so you spend your time doing that. Nim, what are you doing?
Well, first I gotta make a save, right?
Yep.
Wait, are we rolling in bot commands now, or dice rolls?
The dice rolls, please. What commands is for things like spells and initiative.
Oh, that's garbage.
Oh, I was using bot commands for exclamation mark check and exclamation mark save.
Yeah. Maybe use dice rolls for now on.
I don't know what to do at this point.
5. You start floating towards the ceiling.
I am going to recuse myself from this conflict for now.
Okay. So you just sort of, I guess, hold back.
I've still got my drink, and it's hard to drink liquids in 0 gravity.
Especially when it's floating in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright, so that brings us to Korvar again.
I clear my throat. I believe my point is made. I look up, and if there is... I move to a quick little spot where there's nothing directly over me. No liquids, no wines, no nothing.
Oh, please do it.
I'm going to turn on gravity now. And I would hope this be a lesson to the instigator. As I break concentration and everything crumbles down.
Make me an intimidation. Just a straight intimidation.
Intimidation?
As he clicks his fingers, everything, all the tables and chairs first, and the people
Is he still
you see
affected
the
by
orc
the
land
spell?
on the table, and you see like Bashra, who is starting to float, sort of sit back down on his legs. Everyone else just sort of plummets to the floor. Any like rogue glasses and stuff that had floated from the bar just. It's a mess. You guys have wrecked this tavern.
You guys? No, that was all Korvar.
Yeah, I didn't do none. But now that the orc has fallen directly toward me...
I made that check as it's whenever he catches my eye, I will do it again at aggressive action.
Alright, well, as everyone falls, I'd like Bashra to make a dexterity save, please.
Is it to get out of the way of him falling on me?
Correct, as well as fish. The little meteorite goblin.
Cool. That's gonna be in dice rolls, right?
Yep. Please.
Alright, so this is gonna be at an advantage.
Nice.
Because I'm a raging.
Because of the barbarian.
Yeah.
Libar.
So that is at +3. Yeah, 12. Not terrible.
It's alright. It's enough to see that there's clearly things above you, and just sort of quick step out the way as as fish lands face first in front of you, just sort of like on the floor, and the orc lands on a table and crashes everything, splinters wood everywhere.
Ow.
It sort of gets up on his side, looks at all of you.
I lock eyes with him.
He gets up slowly. This ain't the last of this. You'll pay for this.
Deimos would return with, "Come back for some tea sometime."
Oh, what are we doing? Combat's over? Or?
He's like,
I face planted in the floor, and Fish is just laughing with his face in the floor.
Like you see the orc stumble out, holding his back, and the two other the halfling and the male man just sort of starts following, confused, a little hurt, but mostly confused. The bartender, you look around at the destruction, and the bartender's just like.
I walk over and I give 30 gold to the bartender, and I turn around and look at everyone. I apologize. This always happens as I walk out the tavern.
Okay.
Yeah, if he was
follow him.
If he was turning his back to me and leaving, I was going to do something if possible.
The orc?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we ain't done.
He's walking out the tavern.
Yeah, he's not. If he's within range, that's going to be a grapple check, and I'm going to suplex him into the floor.
Okay. That's a 7.
Well, I got bad news for you. Grapple's what, athletics?
Athletics, yeah.
26.
Okay, so as he's sort of walking out with his hand on his back and the two others are sort of following on the side, you hear this as you see Basha just come up, tackle him, and just like on the ground. You hear this as he suplexes him onto the ground. What are you doing? You got him there locked on the floor.
I'm going to open my mouth, since I still have a bonus action.
Yep.
Now I'm going to get back the 2 hit points he took from me.
Alright. What are you going for?
Just bite attack. Hungry Jaws.
But what part of his body are you going for?
Oh, his face. I'm taking his face.
Alright.
Yeah, that'll be 9 points of piercing damage as I tear off a good portion of his face.
Okay. You guys watch as the lizard folk suplexed the orc onto his back, just bulging muscles everywhere, and then looks and glares at the orc, and you see the orc sort of like squinting up, and then the realization, and you see the sort of fear in the orc's face, which is satisfying to you, Fish, as Basha just bites into his face and rips off half of his face, like the flesh of his cheek and everything just rips, and he goes, and then nothing as he faints.
Yeah, now I'm gonna chuck him out.
I'm just gonna walk up before you chuck him out and point at him and be like, "Ha! That's for making me clean floors."
As he gets rolled out, the other two that were like by the orc side kind of look at each other, look at you, and just like leg it. He's out. He's out cold. Probably dying, but you know. Join village.
I'm gonna give. Sorry, go ahead.
Kel will just cast Healing Word very reluctantly, so he doesn't die.
You feel the magic take root, and part of his cheek sort of, what's the word? What's that one where the blood stops? Clots, you know.
It coagulates?
Yeah, that's the one. Coagulates. And it stops bleeding enough for him to probably survive if he doesn't die of infection.
I walk up to him.
I walk up to Beishra and I give him a little chin scratch and I say, "Good job, buddy."
The good and bad about being a black skull lizard folk. That's kind of how they settle things.
I will climb back up into the backpack.
I think after this, at this point in time, now I would have completed what I did. I hand the barkeeper 30 gold, and then go to the party and say what I said, and then grab my things and walk out.
Okay.
Adamus is following Korovar.
Okay, sure. Alright, so he starts to clean up the tavern. You guys sort of take a moment to look at what's going on. That's where we're going to go ahead and take a break. And whatever you guys want to do, you can message me and we'll sort of pick up from there. And I'll see you guys back here in 15. Alright.
We're good at making friends.
And
yeah,
we are back. So, we picked up we pick up where we left off with the party kind of absorbing all the things that have happened in the tavern recently with the mass destruction that is now starting to be cleaned up by a couple of the barmaids, of which there are now 2 that you see. Bartender's busy cleaning the bar, and after his 30 gold deposit from Korovar, and the orc still lying face down in the mud outside of the door, and I believe someone walked out. Korovar and
yeah, that
Adamus.
was me.
All right, what are you guys doing?
I walked out, pulled my hood up, and I'm making a beeline over to the inn. Well, I believe I've left my my traveling pack and all that other good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Adamus is following through.
All right. So you make your way over to the inn, which is not too far. You know, probably like a 2-minute walk. They're pretty close together. It's a small town, but you get there, open the door. That familiar like moldy smell hits you again, and you know, like damp as well. But you walk up to the reception desk, and the man is there to greet you, sort of like shifty, just sort of laying there. You're back?
Just to grab my things. Thank you. Room is still upstairs, I imagine.
Well, the room's there. I don't know if the stuff is still there.
Yes, the room is still upstairs.
It was when I left. I'd paid to be here. We still had rooms paid for.
That's right. Yeah, you still own them. But I can't take responsibility for everyone in this town.
I hope it's still there.
Me too.
I cast him a sidelong look as I walk upstairs and go into the room, and hopefully I see my stuff still there.
So what was in it?
Traveling pack, just little odds and ends. Nothing too important.
Any money?
Just
paper?
There probably would have been a little bit of paper there, but no money. I keep that on me. Anything that is not immediately in my traveling pack. Just again, nothing important. I'm just kind of vacating the room.
You get into the room, the creaky, dusty, moldy room that has really terrible blinds, and that familiar cold draft coming through the cracks in the wall. You find your pack where you left it, except stuff scattered everywhere. Nothing missing, but everything is scattered. Alongside this, you also find on a chair within the room a number of tanned skins that have a couple of holes in them from previous attacks that you recognize as warg pelts, and a couple jars that contain probably ingredients that should be iced immediately.
Interesting. Grab all that stuff, and then I go back downstairs, and I guess I run into Adamus.
Yeah, you kind of turn around and he's like there.
What are you doing here?
Making sure you're not leaving. You seemed upset.
A little. I was planning on it. I think I've warmed up my welcome a little bit at the tavern.
Of course not. You are welcome with us, always.
I don't know, maybe it's been a while since I've traveled with people, but it didn't seem like that.
Adamus will go over and kind of like whisper to Korovar. Can you cast it again?
Yes, along with other things. Why do you ask?
It was fun.
Not when you destroy a place of business, which wasn't my intention. Was Boschra back? Was Boschra still back at the tavern? I was going to give him a few things.
Sure. All right, there it goes. Boschra was.
I was more asking Adamus that because I kind of left in a huff.
Never mind.
I think so.
Can I confide in you a little bit between us?
Of course.
I really am new to this party thing. Am I doing okay?
I am new as well. I have traveled alone my whole life. But I value you. I value them. And they value you.
Well, never mind. Shall we go back? I think I still have my bottle of wine, right? I never finished it.
Animus will put his hand over your shoulder and take you with him to the tavern.
He's just carrying all these pelts. I assume you're taking them with you?
I'm taking everything.
Alright, so just like armfuls of this stuff, and you're just there like with the arm on the shoulder. Good job. Yep, okay, cool. You guys wander out. The rest of you, what are you doing in this time?
Trixie was going to sort of go to the door and sort of take a look and a peek to see if the commotion has caused anyone to start coming our way.
Doesn't look like it. People pass by. You can see them look at the figure on the floor and just go, keep walking.
I'm just sort of going to keep an eye out for a little while and see for a little while.
Alright. Are you guys all sort of at the doorway at this stage, like outside, or?
Deimos would like to start heading towards the Shade Master's place.
Kel is likely helping to clean up just a little bit, stacking some chairs, picking up some glasses.
There aren't too many chairs to salvage. Most of them have broken legs, or at least splintered backings. They could be functional if, you know, just the right application of a nail and hammer is used, but yeah.
Or someone with mending. Hi.
It's the metagaming pigeons.
Oh, what
it's a joke.
Oh.
It's a Critical Role joke, just ignore it. Sorry, that's campaign 2, right?
Yeah. I have not
yet. It's just funny, it's a joke from campaign 2.
I am currently tucked away in Baisha's backpack drawing myself as a superhero.
Okay.
I learned how to fly today.
Alright. Cool.
Did me and Adamus get back, or are they?
Not yet.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's why. Cool.
So, okay, so Cal, you're helping clean up. Damos, you start making your way to the Shade Masters. Bashra and Fish and Trixie and Nim, what are you doing?
I am currently outside enjoying the fresh air.
Okay,
I feel like I have established my dominance, as is my way. So,
definitely one
I think the point has been made.
Yep. Feel satisfied.
It is the way.
Trixie, what's your passive perception? And Bashra, yours, I believe, is
perception.
15. Yeah.
9.
Okay, never mind. Kel, you're cleaning up. Fish, what are you doing?
Baisha went outside, so I'm currently a little chilly inside of his backpack.
Trixie, Basha, and Fish, you all notice Damos leave to... Well, Basha, you know which the direction is towards the Shade Master's end.
Maybe we should follow and protect him.
I'll nod and head in that direction.
Okay.
Sounds like a good idea, Geppetto.
Splitting the party. Alright. So.
I'll grab my
Alright, gang, let's split up and look for clues.
was that, Trixie?
I'm going to go back into the bar, quickly grab my backpack and my stuff that I'm keeping with me and trundle out with them.
Alright, sure thing. You guys start making your way towards the Shade Masters, in which time Adamus and Korvar, you back up in the tavern there. You see Kel cleaning up.
Can I do the mending thing now?
Do you have mending?
Yeah.
You just start going around touching all these objects. Just every time you do, you see part of your roots and like your physiology, the roots and wood in yourself actually kind of expand, seep into the wood, mend, and then solidify.
Awesome.
And all these, every single element of these objects, like the chairs and tables, now have an element of finesse. It kind of improves the actual aesthetic of the tavern. The bartender kind of looks at it, is about to stop you, looks at the result, kind of nods, and then keeps going with cleaning the glasses and stuff that he was going. I'd say, for the most part, you managed to fix probably about 80% of the things that were broken, aside from like a couple tables that were just shattered.
Okay. Cool.
I think during that whole little episode, I think Korvar was kind of standing off in the corner looking sheepishly awkward.
Okay. Yeah. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys have ever been to church, but like when the cleanup happens, it's kind of like the people that don't know what to do just sort of stand there while everyone else is cleaning up, like, cool. Cool. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Alright, so meanwhile, Damos and the others, you make your way to the Shade Masters. The door is there for you to knock on if you wish.
Damos is gonna go ahead and knock on the door once he gets there.
A couple moments pass. Oh, hello. Good to see you have returned.
Yes, we didn't find the cultists per se, but we met some interesting individuals I'd like to talk to you about.
Alright, please, come in.
And then Damos would go on.
Brought some new friends there.
Friends in strange places is one of the best miracles life can give you.
Well, welcome to one of the strangest pockets of the universe.
He says that, and my head pops out, looks around.
Just kind of
like I need to see this for myself. Yeah, I need to see this for myself.
As you guys walk in, and you guys see the familiar, and what's new to Trixie and Fish, this sort of fairly lavish place, especially compared to the rest of the town. This building is much nicer, no leaks or cracks. It's like a nice polished dark brown wood. The inside is lined with spices and flowers across some of the skirting. A couple pot plants here and there. Immediately to the left there's like this, I guess, guest entertainment room or lounge, if you would call it that, with like a small coffee table in the middle. And then to the right, what you'd imagine is probably, well, another closed door. Straight ahead, you can imagine, is the kitchen. She ushers you into the guest room where you've sat before, for some of you, and as you take a seat, she sort of says, so, tea?
Absolutely.
Very well, I'll put on a pot. And she goes to the kitchen. A few moments later, she brings back a boiling, nice set, like hot pot, like tea set of what you can assume is tea. It definitely smells different this time. It's not the same shade spice tea that you drunk before. It's a different smell. It's kind of citrusy.
I would, if so, I can tell that it's a different by the scent.
Oh yeah, being a tea enthusiast.
Doing something different with the tea today. Are we?
Indeed. Yes, it's a different time of day right now, and I'd like to start my day with a bit of a lemon kick.
Ah, an interesting choice. Damos would take a sip of the tea.
It's lemon tea essentially. It's very nice.
This is very good. I appreciate your hospitality.
Of course. I enjoy another tea enthusiast.
My friends and I ran into a couple encounters I'd like to talk to you about.
By all means. And she sits back in her chair with the teacup on the saucer, starts sipping.
Deimos would continue, and he'd say, on our journeys, we came across this group looking for a rather unusual sword in a rather unusual location. It was quite interesting. I believe some of my friends saw quite a bit of weird things on our journeys, and this group was fairly odd.
Go on.
We went into the Umber Hills and explored some ruins in search of a sword they claimed to have created. And when we arrived at the basement, we found a prison cell with a key that matched their sword. However, the prison cell was much older. Much, much older than even I.
Interesting. Well, there's a lot of old ancient ruins about the place, and I would not be surprised if one of such a remarkable note of location had such a ruin. Pray tell, what did you find exactly in this ruin?
Funnily enough, we found a person.
A person?
It seemed the cell that we had found was enchanted with some sort of time-halting magic. Something that kept her there. But by all accounts that we could find, the timeline that lock was made and the time that these people claim to have created the sword, they don't match up by eons.
Very strange. Well, either one of two things is going on here. Either they are lying to you, and this sword key is indeed as ancient as the cell that apparently it is the key to, according to what you're saying, or you're lying to me, and these people still need to be dealt with. But I get the sense that you're far more trustworthy than these lot.
I didn't particularly, and I don't believe any of my friends trust them quite either. It was very peculiar. They were very adamant to get this tool, this sword. They're here in town now. And I mean, I believe my friend drew it, but she's not with us at the moment, I don't think.
I see. Well, if you could describe them, or even better, to present me with those sketches, I would be more than grateful, and I would have them apprehended and investigated. Thank you for your efforts.
Deimos will nod and say, "We will try to get the drawings to you," and then he will bring up the second part. We heard that some of the Shade Guard have gone missing.
Ah, yes. I'm not surprised you've heard of this. They are indeed absent from the town at the moment. I have sent them on a rather concerning errand at the moment. Aid is needed elsewhere, and I was reached out by someone within Westruun, and they pleaded for help, and naturally I don't do these things for free, but they offered a fair compensation for the efforts and aid, and, well, there go the Shade Watch, for the time being.
Can I make an insight check on that? See if she's lying to me?
Sure. Shade Master surrounded by lemons. Perfect. It's in the journal.
I rolled a 20. Or rolled a 15, but got +5, so 20.
Alright. I'll DM you.
Alright.
In the meantime, Adamus and Korvar and Kel, feel free to discuss among yourselves since you're in the same vicinity as you're finishing off now cleaning up the tavern.
Where are the rest?
You're talking, no words.
I believe they went in the direction of the Shade Master's house, but they never mentioned what they were doing.
Should we go?
It might be good.
Let's go. Start walking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Trixie still in the bar with us, or did she go with him? Sorry.
He followed. Yeah. So
He's
not in the
with-
bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Start making our way over there then.
Yep. Sorry for turning gravity off on YouTube, by the way. Just, yeah.
Things happen. If the intent was not to harm us, then I am happy.
I was trying to diffuse the combat to prevent it, but I don't think that worked like I intended. As a lot of things I do. Moving on, shall we?
We do later in the forest. I have something I'd like to try.
Yes.
I am interested.
Mm-hmm. Kel is also interested.
Whenever we're done with the Shade Master, then.
Hmm.
By all means.
Yeah. Kel also mentioned that intentions are always important, even if not the most important. They're valuable.
I think they said something about that and paving the way to hell, too, but, yeah.
No irreparable harm was done. Hell is not in your future at this point.
Okay.
Korvar just falls silent.
Alright. Damos? Did you get the message?
Yes, I did.
So,
I was letting them finish their... Because they were headed this way, so I was letting them finish their thing.
you guys are heading this way?
Mhm.
Alright, so you start making your way over.
Would you happen to know anything about any strange swords?
I've heard of a couple strange swords in my time. I am certainly not new to this world. There are many different odd peculiarities among magical items. Many strange and powerful wizards out there. In fact, I've seen a dancing sword, believe it or not.
The sword in question now they may have lied to us, so with a grain of salt. They said that it is able to create beams of light. And DM, out of character, I don't actually remember the rest of it, what he had described to me.
Who?
What William described to me when he was telling me about it.
Right.
But I would tell, Deimos would tell the Shade Master what he was told.
Interesting. Well, I know many a paladin and cleric are able to, for lack of a better word, smite their foes with radiant energy that they draw from their beliefs and deities, so would not be
Well, I know
surprised-
well of this.
There you go. Would not be surprised if they somehow harnessed that sort of energy and imbued it permanently into the sword. If they are telling the truth, that is.
Would it be overstepping to ask you to keep us informed as to the arrival or anyone noticing any strange new weapons showing up in town?
Oh, believe me, I'm very interested in whatever this is happening in our town, my town. It's concerning. Strange rumors of cultists and now some ancient weapon or new weapon. Who knows? It doesn't sit right.
Is everybody's sitting right at the couches or tables or something?
Yep.
Boshra is going to try to mimic her posture
Okay.
and how she's holding her cups
Make a
and
performance
everything. See if there's something unique about this situation.
And now would be a great time for them to arrive as well, because I have to take a minute, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. Add your dexterity rather than your charisma.
Oh, in that case, 18.
Okay. You've trying not to squish goblin. Trying not to
Yeah, I know,
squish
right?
Fish. Apologies. It's the only goblin I know, man.
I know, I thought the same thing when she showed up. I was like, it's not!
Hey! Yeah, so trying to not to squish fish, you mimic her posture fairly well, you feel. And it's rather peculiar for a lizard folk to sit there with one leg across the knee, one hand on the leg, and a dainty hold on a cup, occasionally sipping. And she notices this change in posture of yours. She sort of gives you like a I know what you're doing kind of eye, but seems amused.
I'll occasionally
It's a
pop
lizard
up
tea
over
party.
it. Yeah, I'll occasionally pop up over his shoulder just to like get another look, and then pop back in and keep drawing.
Occasionally, when you pop up, she'll like notice you and wink. Like,
I'll get scared and retreat.
okay. By this time, Corvar, Adamus, and Kel, you make your way to the Shademaster's house. The door is closed, but you do see through the window a familiar reptilian figure sitting on the couch inside. You guys hear the knock inside. She's sort of... I assume that's your friends? Assuming you're still with
Makes
them.
sense. They may be able to tell you more about this incident as well.
from.
She gets up and she goes to the door and she opens it for you guys. Greetings. Please come inside.
Walk on in.
So you guys all join the lounge room as she currently
I move
sits
I
down.
move to a corner and just stand kind of quietly and sheepishly.
Okay. So, which one of you was the one with the drawings of these odd individuals?
Deimos would turn to Adamus and say, Adamus, do you have the drawing of that sword?
You show
Opened, showing the sword.
I don't recognize it, but it doesn't look of recent design. By the way the hilt is carved, I'd say that's ancient. Unless they're just really good at replicating the ancient ways. I'd say your individuals are indeed lying.
Can I insight check her?
That was my thought as well.
Sure. If you want to insight check, you can insight check. What are you looking for, though?
I want to see if she's lying to us.
About what?
About the sword being ancient, trying to turn us on them.
Okay.
Well, out of character, we do have other proof that the sword is actually ancient.
No, we think that it might be, but we might also not know what's happening with the time shift thing there. So it could be that it is new, but somehow they travel back in time or something. I don't know.
Was anyone else making the insight check? I thought someone else was.
I mean, I can.
It's up to you.
Nim is inside checking everybody all the time. He's always giving everybody the stink eye.
Okay. For those that want to, make an insight check.
Yeah, you know what? Sure.
Damos.
Hey, 24. Demos, knower of liars.
Alright, I'm gonna DM you. Again.
23.
Don't lie to the turtle.
Alright, Nim, I'll also...
Ooh, so many whispers!
Secrets!
I strive to be like Sam.
Regal.
Yeah.
Well, these
Why aren't
whispers
you
are brought
talking
to you
about
by...
D&D Beyond?
We're not sponsored though.
Nah, we
Yet.
just use it.
Yeah, yes.
We're sponsored by Nat 1.
Positive thoughts.
Yeah, Evray and the Net ones. That's legit though.
Look at us knowing things.
Us or you?
Well, mostly me. Nim knows things. Nim's a knower.
Reverse Jon Snow's.
Okay. So that's what you guys glean from that. Adamus, it's really hard to read. She's a very withdrawn and cautious individual, which you can assume comes from the nature of her job.
Okay.
Deimos would then, well, that's really all we have right now. We're gonna keep looking.
Very well. Indeed. So, these drawings of the individuals, might I have a look? I would very much like to apprehend these individuals.
Adamus will look over to Deimos for confirmation on whether or not to show.
I never said we had drawings of these people, I'm afraid. Only of the sword we were looking for.
Out of character, I thought you did.
No, I did not. I only mentioned the sword.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I'm being very particular about the knowledge I'm giving up.
Sorry, I thought when talking about the individuals you had said that you had. Okay. Never mind.
No, I did not.
Alright, well, if you do happen to find yourselves needing the coin, my offer is still there if you wish to hand in these individuals for questioning. Unless, of course, you want to do the dirty work yourself. But I would very much like to see these cultists, whoever they may be, apprehended and straightened.
Yes, I believe we all wish to see this taken care of swiftly and properly. I believe we have some things to deal with ourselves, so we can plan for this. Before we go, would you happen to have any other leads or information that may have come while we were gone?
Not that I am aware of, though it has been fairly quiet around here lately. Perhaps it's just due to the nature of the Shade Watch disappearing, and maybe... I'm not sure. Crime just seems to have dropped somewhat at the moment, which is good. Strange.
We can all be happy for that.
Indeed.
Sorry, just a quick question, and to make sure that we're remembering it right. There was a talk of the cultists being somewhat north of the Umbra Hills, correct?
You're very quiet.
I said,
That's better.
that there was talks about the cultists having a location or something north of the Umbra Hills. Am I misremembering that?
Well, as far as I'm aware, they seem to be searching for something in the Umbra Hills. I don't know anything about a headquarters or anything like that in the Umbra Hills. I thought they would be residing here. That was my belief.
Thank you.
Of course.
Well, my friends, shall we? And Deimos would, as he turns away from the Shade Master and looking at his friends, kind of seem like he's attempting to push everybody out the room to get everybody to leave.
Okay. Do you guys all follow suit? Okay. So you guys all start to get ushered out and find yourselves on the familiar muddy ground in front of her house as she sort of waves you off slightly and closes the door.
Deimos would continue to try to lead everybody a little bit farther away from the house, and as they got what he believed would be out of ear range, he would turn and say quietly to the group, I believe she was lying to us quite a bit.
About
Partially, for sure.
I think she's seen that sword before. And I certainly don't think she's being honest about what's going on with those guards completely.
She knows more than what she's letting on.
Would you let the rest of us know that the guards are in Western?
Yeah, I would tell the whole party everything that I believe, or that I know.
Would Kel remember anything from then, from Western, that might explain that, since she was basically just there?
Make a history check.
Yeah, I think we missed a little bit. We suspect William and his three to be cultists now?
To be honest with you, Korvar, I'm not entirely certain that the Shade Master isn't working with cultists.
Kel got like a 2 or a 1.
Natural one.
Yeah.
You were just there. You don't know, you don't recall at least any specific events that have been happening in Western or anything like that for aid to be called. But you do know that Western itself has been rather shady lately.
That was half the shady bit anyway, so it helps. Cool.
So, if the cultists are searching for something within the Umbra Hills, and we happen to meet up with a group of adventurers looking for something in the Umbra Hills, and possibly the Shade Master lying about the sword, this is all connected?
That's my thought process. But I don't...
Sorry. Last year I would casually mention and a dragon.
Yeah, well, I chose specifically not to mention that to her.
As you guys are walking, I assume you're walking through the town? Or you stopped?
I believe we would have been moving
Walking.
at least. Yeah.
At some point, as you're walking, as you pass by one of the residential areas, one of these sort of ramshackle houses, you hear a conversation. It's faint, but you hear this. It's between an old woman and a man. You hear this. I know what I saw. Dragon. I saw a dragon. It was black at night. It was. And then you hear this. Mother, I've warned you about taking the shade spice with those mushrooms. Let's just go back inside and can get you a cup of tea. We wouldn't want you to be the next one to disappear. But, oh, fine. Then they disappear and you move on.
Shit, let's go to the general store and hear the story about the Golden Claw.
Did you hear what the old woman said? The next one to disappear. I know we know that guards are disappearing, or the Shade Watch, but are villagers?
People have been disappearing for a while. That's what the cultists. That's what we were told the cultists were doing.
Maybe we should ask around about that. If were they again? Correct me, but they're all been vanishing within the village itself. There's been no other expeditions into the Umber Hills, correct?
That's all that we know of, I believe.
Do you think we should have a night guard to patrol the city?
I don't think it would look good upon us if we are taking it upon ourselves to patrol the city. I keep coming back to the sword, though, unless we're planning on confronting William and his 3, which may be difficult. The sword sounds like something to start with.
So we go back and we find it. I agree.
But it wasn't there. That's where that's where all of their best guesses brought them to believe it was, and it wasn't there.
We didn't look.
We didn't look, and Adamus is correct. I even asked William if he wanted to continue to look the other buildings, and he said no. He was disappointed.
If we go back, I have locate object, and I might be able to find it. Or I could use that to locate the clothes on William's body and find him.
Well, it depends on what route we're going. I mean, right now, we don't have any other leads on the cultists except for the Umber Hills. And if the cultists are looking for something, the only other people that we have found looking for something was William, and that being the sword. So, I mean, just starting there, unless we want to go wander around the Umber Hills and hopefully to run into a cultist scouting party.
I believe our first plan of action should be that we decide whether or not we believe William and them to be cultists.
Well, we have no evidence to say yay or nay, but I figure locating and finding the sword would kill one of 2 birds. We find something they're looking for and get paid handsomely for it, or we find what the cultist is looking for and draw them to us.
I agree with Korovar.
Be still my heart, someone agrees with me.
Alright, the next question is, do we trust the Shade Master or not?
Not in the least.
I say we trust no
Not
one but ourselves
particularly.
for the moment.
Can't hear.
I'm glad we're all in agreement.
Yeah, if you're talking.
I don't know why that issue keeps popping up.
Technology.
Yeah, every so often I've been knocked by Michael. if I said that, it no longer worked. Oh, yay. Trixie would have turned around and said, I've barely even trust you guys. I've literally just met you guys today. It's been a couple of hours.
I will hand Trixie a fork in an attempt to make friends.
He will take the fork. He will take the fork.
I give you this in trust. It is one of my greatest treasures.
Thank you. Puts it into his rucksack.
Congratulations, you have a fork. Do you trust me now?
Sure. And,
well, I guess then, what you said, you don't trust us. Then I guess a formal invitation to join us? Or you can go back to the tavern.
No, I'll join you. This seems more interesting than anything I had planned.
Kel? And wait, Fish, what's your passive perception?
11.
Okay, so it would be the usual then. Kel, Nim, and this was 16. No one. I think it's just
Last row is 15.
I've got a 16.
Corvar's 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, Deimos is a 15 in passive perception.
I'm aware. So Kel, Nim, and Adamus, you catch a striking color in the periphery of your vision. A color that seems oddly familiar, and as you glance over, you see leaning against one of the buildings in an alleyway a familiar female figure robed in purple and red with black clothing underneath and familiar hair and eyes and facial features. Beautiful. And she smiles at you, waves, and then she vanishes into dark mist.
I cast Mage Armor.
Alright.
Yes, so familiar. Is this from the last session, the one that I missed?
Yes, so this was the lady that was trapped in the prison.
Alrighty.
This is the dragon, the Reaper.
I guess the old lady was telling the truth that she did see a dragon.
So,
yeah, kind of.
You cast Mage Armor, it appears. You're buff. You think so? What do you do? She disappears.
So, sword, Umberhill, sword. Actually, I look up. It's probably about 2-3 hours. So, what, 3-4 in the afternoon, something like that.
Yes.
Maybe dinner, sit down, plan, leave at first light. All right, I'm going to the tavern.
Follow through.
I could eat.
I go where Baishra goes.
But speaking of that, Baishra, I have a few things for you.
I look at your hands.
Well, not my hands, but I kind of reach my bag and pull out 2 or 3 bloodied warg pelts and 2 or 3 jars of various organs, livers, and other things that are probably no good. Could you use any of this for anything? I was going to use it, but we were gone too long, and the ingredients are no longer good for me.
So you hand me all this stuff?
I hand it out for you if you want it. If not, I'm just going to, yeah.
He opens one and he smells it. Is it kind of gone bad?
It's to you. It smells pretty good.
I eat it.
Sticking your tongue inside the jar, you can feel that as your tongue wraps around one of these organs. Don't know what it is until your tongue is wrapped
straight back.
Straight back out of the jar, and you start chewing on it. It's soft. It's mushy. That's a brain.
Good. Next.
I handed him whatever jars and the pelts. I handed all to him because it's a little too spoiled for what I was going to use it for.
Okay. Basha's like got blood like dripping down like his jaws and stuff as he's chewing this brain. Tastes pretty good though.
Brains.
I'll take the pelts for Baishra and store them in the backpack with myself to keep myself warm.
Okay. As you take the pelts, you immediately get flattened, as they are massive walled pelts compared to a tiny goblin. So it's just kind of like it falls like right back and it just covers you. You have to get help to like get it off.
Basha, I would say that when you're done with the containers, I probably could use them when you're done.
I was just dropping them on the ground.
They don't break. This is muddy ground. They do scratch, but they don't break.
Can't eat that.
Okay, what, 2, 3 empty containers?
Yeah, about 3.
Yeah, I got the 3 glass containers.
Okay. Cool. Basha, you're pretty full now.
Does Trixie see him eat all of this stuff?
I imagine.
He is horrified. He's absolutely horrified. He's already looking like he's regretting his decision to say yes.
I mean, you can see a few other people like walking by and they're like, "What the fuck?" Like
that is the appropriate reaction.
And eats this.
Yeah, I don't shy away. I don't care if anybody's watching me. I totally just chomp down.
Yeah. It's pretty grotesque. What are you guys doing?
Nature typically is.
We're just gonna head to the tavern.
All right.
That's where we were headed.
So, Basha, having his meal first, you guys all make your way to the tavern. And by this time, the tavern is reset with all these sort of improved furniture thanks to Adamus, and all clean thanks to the barmaids and Kel. And as you enter the bar, the bartender just gives you this glare like a warning. But you'll make your way in and find a seat. You can order meals and stuff. I'd say for all of you, the meal would come to a meal and a drink for the night. Come to about 3 silver.
Deimos will. I was gonna say, Deimos will offer tea to everybody.
I pay 1 gold to the bartender and let him know that food and drinks on me to keep them coming.
Nods and takes your gold.
I sit by Korvar.
Okay. You guys can order whatever you want. It's mostly just mashed potato, vegetables, and probably some not good meat.
Lots of meat.
Gonna order some potatoes.
Trixie orders like loads of vegetables and just avoids all meat after the display he has just seen.
I don't blame you. So, good thing too, because as all the meals come out, the potatoes are rather soggy on the soggy side, and the meat is just, it's either seared completely on one side and completely soft and uncooked on the other, or it's just like, it does not look good, doesn't smell good either, though it's cooked. But, you know, if that's your thing, apparently it is for Basha, so...
I will volunteer to eat the meat if nobody wants it.
I push my plate aside and just I tell everyone to enjoy, and I kind of sit on the kind of like a bigger space table, very close, and pull out my spell book, the Obsidian, and I start kind of working on a few things.
Okay.
I start eating the meat like an automatic typewriter with pointed teeth, not being clean or neat about it at all.
Yeah, before you guys dig in too far, Boshro will open his little herbalism kit with his spices and sprinkle them over the meat and the potatoes.
Magic. And Jamos is going to go ahead and cast Purify Food and Drink on everything.
Magic!
Cool. Well,
Wait, Oh, go ahead.
Sure. Can Adamus cast heat metal on his hand? I'll take the damage, but then like sear the rest of the meat and hand it over to Korvar.
Yeah, you can do that.
Sweet.
I'd say what is it? A D8? 2D8?
Yeah.
D8?
Yeah. Something like that.
Just take 5 damage.
I will healing hands that if I know that it causes pain.
High five!
It
heals.
Yeah, just high five. Yep, just a total high five.
So you know, this sounds like my typical. Oh, it is 5 damage. Hey, look at that.
I know, right?
Wow. DM knows all. It sounds like my typical evening's meal when I try and make things. I take 5 points of fire damage every time.
Yeah, but I healed it, so it's fine. Don't worry. High five for healing.
Me, though.
Don't high five me.
High
My
five
hand
for
is
healing
searing
me.
hot.
I just kind of go away with a plaster on my hand.
While eating, I will take a look over at Korvar's spellbook.
Yeah.
Not getting too close because I don't want to get meat in his book, but I want to be able to see what is in his book.
Yeah. Just like a positive child. Just so
complex lines and equations and numbers.
Pretty much.
I understand none of it.
So, Korvar, when I'm sitting next to you,
Yes.
I'll lean somewhat close to you, and I'll whisper in Draconic. Do you understand Draconic?
No.
Cool. I whisper something in Draconic, and then go back to enjoying watching you do your spellbook.
I phonetically as I can make a quick note of what he said. I'm gonna look that up later.
It's a very difficult language for those who don't already know it. It's very harsh and guttural, so when he says it, it's kind of like, and especially being in a whisper, it sounds very creepy. It's like,
I phonetically try to spell that.
it's pretty tough.
But I do make I make a little note for myself, and I lean in closer to him. You're playing us, aren't you?
Is he like really? Are you really close to me?
As close to. I mean, I'm like half like paying attention to my book, just kind of looking up under my brow at you, as close as I can to someone of your stature, and just say, and whisper to you, "You're playing us, aren't you?"
My tongue will shoot out and lick the side of your face.
I'll take that as an unconfirmed yes. You are, again, I'm still whispering. You seem much too interested in magic for a simple passing glance. Much like that drift globe that you received.
I don't show any outward sign of emotion. I just stare at you. Observing.
I could,
What's a drift globe?
I'm whispering.
I'm like right behind Baisha's head though.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're in this. I again whisper. I can teach you the command word if you let me see it for 10 minutes.
I'll take the globe out. I'll rotate it in my claws and hand it to you without saying anything.
I watch with intent.
I would like to do an insight check to see if any of this is getting through the mask.
It's the little things, man.
That's enough.
Yep. I I feel like we've gotten to a good stopping point on my spell book for the time being. Pull out my ritual stuff and cast Identify on the Drift Globe.
On the Drift Globe? Okay. It's a Drift Globe.
Well, it would tell me like activation, whether it requires attunement. And,
yeah. So
yeah, all that.
I believe Drift Globe is not attunement.
If it needs a command word, what it is, and
it's just command word.
Yeah. Okay. So essentially, the command word is in common, light. But you have to speak with intent.
Cool.
So I
just go ahead.
After 10 minutes, hold it back up and do like a David Bowie type of hand it back and kind of mimic Bashra as best as I can, just kind of rolling it through my fingers. Command words when spoken with intent is light. I do not believe it requires attunement, so you're able to use it at will. Time, how long it lasts amongst using it? I believe it's.
Are you asking?
No.
Yeah.
I believe it's only an hour.
It's an hour of daylight. Right. Take it. Put it back in my pack. And then whisper something else in Draconic to you.
I will. I will consider that I'll consider that a yes, as far as I'm concerned.
While Korovar was doing the ritual for it, because it takes 10 minutes, can Adamus be like sketching it out and trying to like figure out how it works mechanically? I don't know if I don't know if it has mechanical parts or
I'd say for this, make a go ahead and make an Arcana check.
I would just be watching with fascination as he hands the Drift Globe back over as I chuck a ring at Korovar and tell him to do it again.
I mage hand, pick up the ring, flick it back.
As you pick up the ring with mage hand, just before you flick it back, you notice that it's not just an average ring. It's a very fine ring. It's very polished silver with like this blue gem inlay. Adamus, you don't really understand the mechanics, and you're guessing that it's probably because it's not mechanical in nature.
Sweet.
I'll take a look at it, and it's a nice ring, fish. As I flick it back, I do things upon request, not being told.
Fair enough. I'll try again later. And I stick it back on my hand.
Okay.
Trixie's just quietly in the corner feeding his imp bits of food.
To bait Bashra further a little bit, open back up my spell book, and I kind of talk offhandedly, kind of not in his general vicinity, just quietly. If you were interested, this is something the world has never seen before. I start tracing lines and kind of start explaining fundamental gravity and how to reverse it and able to collapse it and draw things in. This, hopefully, as I pull out a tiny piece of obsidian, this will hopefully allow me to create something never before seen in the realm.
I watch what you're doing. If you allow me to, take the obsidian to examine it.
Very small piece of it, yeah.
I look at you, and then I eat it.
Good thing that was only a small piece. I don't believe that's good for the digestion, though.
Make me a Constitution save.
Yep. Knew that was coming. Still worth it. Oh, damn it, wrong character. Sorry.
Well, cool.
I mean, pretty much the same, but...
Alright. You manage not to regurgitate it straight away, but it's not something that you feel you can digest. You're having a really hard time swallowing it. If you ever try.
If it's not something digestible, I go spit it out on him.
onto the table.
Yep, and go, not food.
I could have told you that, Bosch, as I mage hand pick it up and kind of shake it off and put it back into his leg.
Thick saliva just flicks everywhere.
It's got brain and everything else on it.
Yep, it's right.
And he stares at you for a minute, and if you could smile, you might think he's smiling at you.
I think out of everyone here, you are by far the most interesting Bashra. I go back to what I was doing with the spells.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll watch you while you're doing your spells too.
Oh, Sorry, I while I'm doing it, then since I noticed him watching, I quietly just kind of talk out loud to myself on some of the intersecting lines and the equations and the math.
Okay.
After he says that he thinks Bashra is the most interesting, I cast Minor Illusion from within the backpack to make a little dancing Adamus on the table.
Just a little clay golem just slowly dancing.
Just like dancing around.
And it's I think with the restrictions of Minor Illusion, it's kind of like flash imagery.
Yeah, it's not good.
Avira will go over and flutter around it.
There's like a little golem rave on the table.
Trixie will also go ahead and cast Minor Illusion and do the exact same thing, so now there are two.
There are two Adamuses dancing in tandem with a metallic bird floating around it. The imp
Golem rave!
Very much watching.
Deimos is going to turn to Adamus and say, "Are you going to join them next?"
I was literally about to do that.
You cast Minor Illusion?
No. Adamus will physically copy what they're doing himself.
Oh, man,
I don't have Minor Illusion.
Make a performance check.
Okay. Fail so hard. Please roll a natural one.
It's not terrible. It's kind of like an inexperienced dad trying to do a robot dance.
I love it.
It's about as good as the actual Minor Illusions.
I feel like there should be music to this.
I don't have rave music.
I will take out my horn.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I got none.
So you guys
start playing my
tour.
tour.
It's heaven. It's cool. The bartender is thoroughly entertained and just doesn't know what to think.
He's gonna bring up his lute, and he's not very great at playing. You can tell he's a very new player, but he's going to attempt something anyway and try and come up with something that works with it.
Okay. Make a performance check.
You can do it. I got faith in you. See? Yeah, pretty good.
Alright, this tavern becomes unusually lively and rather wholesome. As
Considering what happened like
Deimos
30 minutes ago.
And have them join him with the dancing.
Kel will create
Fantastic.
in Adamus's footsteps. She'll let flowers grow everywhere he steps.
This is the best day.
You guys are redecorating this place in the best way possible. Bartender looks concerned, probably thinking, I hope that comes out, as in like it doesn't decay, but at the same time like appreciates the beauty of what's going on.
I will slowly make my way and dance towards the bar and just drop another 10 gold on the bar so she just ignores it and continue.
Corvar takes a deep, deep sigh as he holds his hand up and 4 kind of neon green strobe lights go out as he casts Dancing Illusion and is circling the dancing party.
This is
amazing.
Deimos is going to use his divine ability to make roots come up and pick Adamus up onto the floor like a stand.
Okay.
Stay.
Alright.
And just for good measure, I've got like a small tinder box. I'm just gonna shove it out the front in front of us and see if anyone drops coins into it.
Let's see if anyone what?
Any coins into it, so if we get anything for this spectacular performance.
While dancing lights is going on, I see the box. I mage hand and kind of like raise the box up and kind of spin it a little bit and just kind of wisp it around and kind of move it around the tavern.
You see, of the few patrons
Who needs a bar?
Of the few patrons that were in there, everyone is thoroughly confused, but at the same time, thoroughly entertained at the display of raving, dancing, warforged, goblin, everything party going on here. And you do get a few coin tosses throughout this performance. As it's a relatively spectacular display.
I make sure the mage hand moves the box in just the right ways to make sure that every coin tossed, as much as possible, goes into the box.
Deimos is gonna fall. Oh, go ahead, Basha.
I was gonna say, is everybody else busy doing this rave stuff? So who's sitting currently at the table minus, I think, me, Corvar, where's Davos?
Deimos is on his back in the middle of the dance floor spinning.
Okay.
Kelly's
so
at
who's
the table.
still...
And somebody should be standing on him for the record.
Yeah, if it's just me and Corvar there,
Corvar's concentrating.
I'll stand on Deimos so you don't take damage.
No, so that you can perform on it, because I'm just spinning in a circle on my shell.
I've got my horn.
If he's concentrating, it's even better. Because I'm going to slightly whisper next to him, "You're right," and then be quiet.
Corvar, you're far too into concentrating.
Oh, come on!
Yeah.
You're far too interested in concentrating on the mage hand, and especially catching these little coins that are being flung through the air, to fully grasp what he said. But you know you heard it, you just can't process it right now.
With that being unable to process, though, I think the animal part of my mind kind of pats myself on the back a little bit as I just inadvertently smile as I kind of glance up and then go back to concentrating on the mage hand.
The mage hand gets more happy as it moves around.
If only that's going to come into play later.
Oh man, what a scene. Okay, so this goes on for as long as you want, like
all night, man. We're partying
all night. All right, okay.
I would have after the first 10 minutes though. I'm gonna go back. I gotta concentrate on my spells, so I would go back to that.
Very difficult to do in the current situation, so you'd have to probably find a quiet space.
I would probably no quiet space within the tavern itself. Then I would stand up, kind of pack up my stuff, and I would tell Bosch, because he seems to be not enjoying, or not really in the merriment or going on anything. If anyone's looking for me, I'm gonna go over to the inn. I believe there's a few tables over there. I'm gonna work on this.
Okay.
As he reaches for the door, the vines that I was using earlier are going to block him off.
Me too, man. Thank you.
And Deimos is going to pop out of his shell and say, "We're not pouting tonight, my friend."
Not pouting. I actually got work to do. I hold up the books. I just can't concentrate in here.
Well, you'll have to set the vines on fire. And, well, the bar.
Don't think I won't, Gamos. Please, turn
After that, Deimos is just going to go back to spinning with the vines staying in place.
Wait. Vines?
Yeah, one of my abilities as the paladin lets me control vines. It's usually a grapple ability, and I'm just kind of moving it around.
Okay.
I'm going to temporarily stop playing the horn and make my way to the bar and ask if there's a back door.
I'll see if I can open those vines for him.
Meanwhile, Trixie's just edging closer and closer with the music, trying to get him involved.
As Boschra would try to move them, they'll probably just move open as soon as he pulls them. They don't have any hard resistance unless they're holding somebody.
Yeah, okay. Fish, you are pointed to a back door that just sort of leads out to the back of the building.
And I'm gone.
The vines do just get pulled that way.
I bow slightly to Boschra as I look back at Deimos and just slightly nod as I go out the door.
I disappear through the back door and make my way to the front. Probably by the time that Koravar walks out the front door, I'm fast.
You kind of open the door at the same time.
Yet, how did you... Yes, Fish.
Oh, I'm following you. Stealthily. Shh.
Okay. I won't stop you. I'm going to the I'm going to the inn, so okay. You're following me.
As he turns around to make his way there, I would like to actively try to disappear and stealthily follow him.
Okay. Make a stealth check.
$15.
That's not passive.
Alright, so Koravar, you do notice her in the background, just sort of occasional trip.
I pretend not to notice as I walk to the inn, and is there any people in the lobby area of the inn?
The lobby area? There's the familiar receptionist. It's just sort of still leaning on the table like this.
I'd pay him no mind. I just go to a table that's close to the corner with a solid wall behind me. I just sit down and pull out my book and pull out a few other things, and I just start.
Okay. Doesn't bat an eye as you do this. The rest of you, what are you doing?
Well, when Trixie eventually notices, because I'm going to assume he's going to notice that sooner or later Fish isn't there, he's going to stop because he's suddenly self-conscious that he's playing alone.
Okay, yeah. You do notice at some point that Fish is no longer there. Nor is Korva.
Deimos would return to the table and start brewing up some tea.
Okay. So the music dies down. Yeah. So the night is still yours. Just all depends on what you guys want to do.
I'm gonna pick up that box with the coins and I'm gonna start counting how much is in there.
Okay.
Korovar, you said you were working on your spell book, correct?
Yes, my leather-bound tome is out. A few ritual component things, spell components.
I think by the time we get back, I will join you, and in a terrible copying manner, because I'm not a wizard, I will attempt to write out everything that contributes to the spells that I know, and then Korovar can see my entire spell list as well.
Okay.
Do you sit down, you sit down at the table that I'm at?
Mm-hmm.
First I feign, oh no, you found me, I didn't see you at all, oh my god. But the minute that you start pulling out your stuff and you bring out your extended spell list and everything, I immediately close mine.
Well, if you guys are taking 30 minutes, I'm gonna look around for any of the broken pieces of furniture, if they're available.
There's
And-
some broken pieces left.
Okay. Is there anything that's like about yay big piece of wood, maybe?
On the floor somewhere?
Just from anywhere.
Probably the closest thing to that is probably like the candle holder.
And it's like a piece of wood?
It's a small piece of wood, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna take my little dagger I got and start whittling.
Okay. Alright, so you start whittling.
Yeah, I do believe that's a sleight of hand check for doing that.
Yeah.
I look down at Fish, I look at her spellbook. Because normally I wouldn't mind learning extra things, but why are you showing? What do you want?
I want to be organized and smart like you.
What are you looking for?
Something I've never seen before.
Well, I showed you that once already today.
Indeed, and I enjoyed it.
Then you found what you're looking for.
No. Because now I've seen it. You don't have to show me anything new. Making this list is new to me. Bisha can't be my only friend.
Rude.
Animus.
Look, I look down at you and... Alright, I think there is something I can... While you have seen it, I probably could show you how to do it with time and practice. Based on what I know about you so far, I flipped to the very beginning of my book, and this is one of the first spells I've ever learned, called Wrist Pocket. You've actually seen Adamus do this as well. It's a trace the lines and turn my book around a little bit, and show her the the mechanical side, as I then demonstrate with a small piece of copper.
I mean, I watch with amazement every time.
Well, now you've seen something that you didn't know. This is the way to do it. Not to be... The last thing I want to be is rude. But I am working on something, and I would like a little bit of privacy, please.
I take... Oh, so, okay, where are we in the inn right now?
It's just kind of in the seating area downstairs, where people usually have, like, meals.
Nearest the corner or a wall with something up to my back. I don't want anyone getting behind me.
I will take my now spell book, which is literally just a notebook with my spells written in it, no description of what they do, and I will go under the table. Yeah, I just go under the table.
Alright. Cool.
Let's see here. So for Bashra, he takes that wood, carves it up and everything. Leaves a little figurine sitting on the table. Then he goes to get something to eat.
For those that are close enough to notice, this little figurine is actually, Adamus, you also notice this, is actually a fairly accurate representation of Adamus. Just this little wooden figurine.
And he's just left it on the table?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it.
You pick it up. It's small. You know, it's that big.
In my bag.
Okay.
This is very sentimental to me now.
You stash it.
Yeah. No one else made a grab for it, so it's mine now.
Yeah. Alright, so if you guys don't want to suffer a point of exhaustion, or if you want to wake up late the next day, then I would suggest getting to bed.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Corver does one less. He gets ready for bed, or gets the room, which he does ask.
It's available.
How much?
Returning customer. One night?
Yes. I'll be taking my stuff with me this time.
2 silver.
Is that more or less than what he gave me last time?
I genuinely don't remember, but it's probably more.
I slide 2 silver over to him. And right when I get my stuff out, I'm getting ready for bed. Like, I'm in bed, I lay down, I sit bolt strap. That motherfucker!
I was sitting here, I was like, I'll wait. He's gonna do it.
To the same counter, and I ask if he has 5 rooms available.
No, most are taken, but we have another one spare.
Just one?
Just one.
And in my head, I'm trying to do the math to see if our entire party can fit in that one room. And then I remember I'm bad at math.
Well, based on what you're used to, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, why can't people squish?
Deimos would camp outside.
Okay.
I go to rejoin the rest of the party because I'm bad at math.
Okay, you just sort of stand there for like 10 minutes and be like, huh. And then you leave.
Kel's gonna retrieve her stuff from the inn. She doesn't want to keep staying there. And then she'll approach Deimos and ask if he wants company.
I always welcome company. Would you like some tea?
Of course, that would be lovely.
Deimos would offer her a glass of the tea he was making.
look at stars.
So you guys are sort of camped on the outskirts of the town?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would go to find I was gonna go find Adamus. Friendship!
Oh, I'm sorry. Now we're friends.
Well, yeah, now I have a thing I want to show you.
So people are camping on the outside of the outskirts of town?
Yeah. I mean, you see people leave the tavern. You don't know if where they've gone though.
Hmm.
Unless they tell.
Anybody stay at the tavern?
Corvar.
There's no rooms at the tavern.
I left and went to the inn.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, Corvar don't like sleeping outside like that.
Yeah, I'm basically gonna go right outside the tavern and burrow into the ground.
Okay. By the way,
the
orc has left.
Say what?
The orc is gone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me anymore. That thing's gone. That whole situation is done. So.
Yeah. No, I'm just making you aware. He's definitely.
I go full speed.
Yeah.
From the inn towards the tavern, plopping straight towards Adamus. 50 feet every 6 seconds.
That's a fast goddamn goblin.
There's mud going everywhere, like just flicking up, hitting your face, and everyone else around you.
Full speed, right down the street.
At one point, you fall, like you're going so fast that you hit like this really sloppy part of the mud, and your foot sinks so much that it just pulls out from under you and just go. And like instead of just like going like sitting there and face first, you sort of slide along the muck, tumble, and then keep going.
Yep, I just say oops and I keep running.
All right, so you're
until I find Adamus.
All right, not hard to do. They're kind of the only light source on the outskirts of town.
It's like the Roadrunner coming straight for you and then bing, just stopping right in front of you.
Actually, make me a dexterity saving throw. Because we're dealing with a fire here for the tea. Alright.
19.
So you do manage to avoid like crashing straight into this pot of tea that's got this fire lit under it. But yeah, you're filthy.
Yep. Nothing's changed. And I just kind of like hold up my book towards Adamus really proud. Like, look, I made a smart book like Corvar's.
And you look at it's just like pages of just like hands and like arms and stuff.
And then it's just literally just a list of my spells.
Probably in Goblin.
Probably in Goblin, probably covered in pictures.
Pat him on the head.
He just looks really proud.
Alright, so you guys find your evening's rest for the night. In your very peculiar, very spread out locations. But nevertheless, you all do come and find your evening's rest. For those that are outside, it's freezing, it's uncomfortable, you have a terrible night's rest, barely recover or quantify for a long rest, but you do so nonetheless, if not sore and stiff when you wake up. What do you wish to do?
Out of curiosity here, because we didn't discuss this, how long would we saying that Trixie's roughly lived here? Would he have his own place at this point?
No. Probably not.
He's gone back to where he's been staying quite happily.
Probably the same inn as Corvar.
Well,
I didn't. Sorry.
No, it's fine. We wake up and like it's cold and I'm hungry. I want to find food.
I'll wake up feeling refreshed. Splash a little water on my face. It's kind of
water.
And then you wake
Same
up.
here though. I wake up feeling pretty refreshed and comfortable. This is normal for me.
Basha feels fine.
Shake off all the mud. Walk right back into the tavern, sit right back down next to Corvar as soon as I see him. Mud and all. Hey, buddy.
Hello, Bashra.
Okay.
I heard you last night, by the way.
That's awesome. I'll look at you and I'll say in Draconic, I don't think you're smart enough to figure that out.
Oh, you.
Just comes across
And then
as
I'll
guttural.
I'll play stupid some more and go get food. I'll go grab some meat.
Alright.
And then sit down next to Corvar.
So, for the sake of brevity, you guys all reconvene at the tavern, have your morning's meal, and get refreshed, ready to start the day. What do you want to do?
Food.
You've had food.
I think the plan is to go back to the ruins and look for the sword now, yeah?
Ambush.
Yeah, I think we should go back and try to look for the sword. By the way, you all do not look very well. Are y'all okay? Did y'all have a rough night?
Beisha and I are both just completely covered in dirt and mud.
Shake a bit, get dirt on everybody else.
I
Don't seem to really notice.
I would expect that out of him, though, but, well, I guess I would expect it out of all of you as well, to be honest. Alright, yes, Umber Hills.
Kel at least looks happy, while exhausted.
Okay. So are you discussing right now the plan? What's... Just get
I'm hoping
then-
somebody does.
So, we go back to the hamlet, the ruins. Search the buildings. Might be a good idea to go back down to see where the dragon and thoroughly look in her bedroom. But anyone else have anything better to add to that?
I don't want to fight a dragon.
Yeah, neither would I.
Technically, the dragon likes us a little bit, so...
I still have my doubts on that, by the way. But,
When you
okay.
talk about going down there, Bashra will bring up the drift globe.
Okay.
I'm going to hand it to Kel.
Oh.
And not say nothing.
So,
Go ahead, Bashra. Explain how it works.
He'll look at you and kind of quizzically turn his head a bit.
Oh, you son of a bitch! if you say the word light with intent, it'll spring into action. It lasts for about an hour.
Thank you both. She'll stick it in her bag for now. And she'll remind them she can cast locate objects so that we won't have to be searching randomly.
So you
Yeah,
guys,
drift globes are easy.
are you casting?
Sorry.
Not while we're here.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
when we get there. Yeah, no, there wouldn't be no point here.
What did you want to do, Basha?
Well, if they didn't have a problem with me stealing that little piece of wood for a candle thing earlier, I'm gonna go around and try to collect, about 6 or 7 of them.
Okay.
In fact, I'm not even gonna try to hide it. I'm just gonna take them.
He gives you a
Just
look.
look at the innkeeper.
He gives you a look, but seems to tolerate it. You get the sense
Just
that
one big stupid lizard.
you get the sense that from the thorough overcompensation of gold that he received the previous night from Yor, he doesn't care about a few candle holders.
Got stuff for whittling.
Well, while he got up and left, I look at the rest of everyone else. Does anyone here speak Draconic?
Bisha does!
I'm waiting for you to figure out what the hell I've been saying and be like, that son of a bitch!
Thank you. I knew he did. I was wondering if y'all do. No?
No.
Nim, do you speak Draconic at all?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you.
Corvar's not gonna like to hear this, but
Yes.
I speak it.
Okay, why wouldn't I like to hear that? Thank you. I'm actually asking for help.
I'm sure. What would you like help with?
I, as best I can, try to recreate the word that he said the first time last night.
First time. Okay. Do me a favor. And this is for you, like IRL. Do your best to make a guttural impression of Draconic. So what you hear, Demos, is I feel wet.
What I tell him it means is that it means you smell good.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that.
Accurate. That's the reason I stick around you.
Alright. Well, I mean, it's up for you guys to decide what to do next. Are you leaving? Are you going?
Well, I guess we,
It's gonna take a while to get there. We should leave as soon as possible, I think.
agreed. It'll take us, what, I believe, 2 days to get there?
Think so.
I mount back up into Beisha's backpack.
Okay. So, you all start getting ready to leave within the tavern. Gather your stuff, gather your things, hop in your mounts, and as you're about to sort of make headway from the tavern, you see a familiar lady across on the table on the other side of the tavern, and she's sort of there, just sort of leaning on it, and she looks at you all. Familiar purple and red and black dress robe. She says, "You won't find it." And that's where we'll pick up to the next session.
Damn it. I was going to ask her for my favor.
Oh, damn.
I want to draw
That was
her like
awesome.
one of my French girls.
Yeah.
Yes!
Wow.
Oh, Bosher, you son of a bitch.
I'm so
You're welcome.
excited.
Oh man, it was good.
Just so everyone is aware, I have actually updated my character sheet with Fish's notes. And the most the most prominent note is that my friends are the strongest because they survived dragon.
I mean, you're not wrong, but it's also the dragon not hungry, so...
Yeah, there's like, I actually wrote down every note, which is great.
Aw,
I think I'm actually gonna start drawing the pictures out too.
that's so cute. I love it.
I'm so excited. I love goblins.
That's fun. I
Alright.
have a pocket wizard as far as I'm concerned. Always wanted
I
one.
cast fist!
Yeah.
He has no idea what you are. He just knows that sometimes you do magic stuff, so therefore you're a
Yeah.
pocket wizard.
Oh, this is all lies. You know exactly what he does.
I fly
I don't
and
know
I
what you're talking
headbutt
about.
orcs.
I'm a big dumb lizard.
You're gonna make me invest time and energy into learning Draconic,
Yes,
or
I
take
am.
up, or find a
Yes,
spell
I am.
specifically able to do that.
Oh, if you get
Or
a hell
learn
of a
to be
pathway
nice to your
language-
turtle.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Damos is already a suspect in Korvar's eyes.
he's mainly doing it just to see how much he can get away with at this point. But Definitely having a good time with this.
Kel like desperately wants to go hunting with Beishra just because she misses it.
Oh yeah, we could definitely do some hunting.
Yeah.
Because, well, I think Adamus is also, is it Circle of the Moon or?
Yep.
Yeah, because I remember one was Circle of the Moon, the other one was Circle of Shepherd, right?
Stars.
Stars.
Oh, Stars, that's right. So, yeah, he would totally be down with that.
We talk about the Circle of the Stars, Druid. Wild shape only lasting 10 minutes. I feel like that's...
Yeah,
I think it's just the star form does that. All the regular wild shapes are still normal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for playing. It's been a really fun session, and thank you everyone else to watching. I hope you stay tuned for next episode.